I gotta tell you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, first and foremost, good morning. Good morning. And welcome to the show. The Rob Brown Show's on the radio. This is the Fan Upstate. How do you do? Happy Monday to you. It is a word that I think we probably will not be using that often today. Ladies and gentlemen, quite fortuitous that Monday Night Raw is here in beautiful Greenville, South Carolina today. And it is fortuitous that Greenville, South Carolina is where Monday Night Raw will emanate from this evening, predominantly because I got a sneaky suspicion that today some of y'all is gonna want fight. I got a sneaky suspicion that some of y'all are going to be looking and choosing for violence today.
But why? Why? I mean,
I'm going to tell you why. Because Clemson's got a new fight song, Lonzo. Clemson's got a new fight song, and it sounds like this. South Carolina's got a new fight song, too. It sounds like this.
I don't have anything else to add to that. I mean, because I would if I had. I didn't know what else to put in there. It's absolutely true. There we go.
And then Bryce Young looked in the camera and said, "I'm talking to America here. Let's go with the dub." I told you on Friday that I told you on Friday that when BY and the Cats got the dub, I would roll up into this Bia today, rocking Panther blue, true to my word.
Is that like a bed and breakfast?
No, it's like saying I'm gonna roll up in this. I gave myself a cuss word.
Is that a 1K? Because there are certain tones you can't use.
Oh, that's right. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
This is the standard sitcom beep, so I'm going to assume it's okay.
1K is acceptable. I hope that's what it is, because if it triggers,
I just kicked the radio off in the upstate.
If it triggers EAS, you're probably in trouble. So
we'll find out here in a minute if I start getting a bunch of texts that go, "Rob, what happened? You're off the air, and we're being told the zombies are coming. What happened?" So far, so good.
It didn't sound like a 1K. So, but it might be. I don't know.
Son of a... We're about to find out. I mean, at this point, I'm pot committed,
right?
Well,
you might as well.
At this point, I'm committed.
Yeah.
At this point, if it's true, I've already up. So we're good. Or we're not. One or the other.
I just want to point out that I did protest. I guess I encouraged later, but I just I'll edit my part out.
Hey, quick question, Lonzo. Are wins the only thing that matters still?
Absolutely. Everything was proven yesterday. That might be the only win of the season for the Carolina Panthers.
But he's better than CJ Stroud.
But you know what he is? Because I got to follow the storyline that you put out there. He's no Will Levis.
Very good work. Very good work. Great one. I did throw that red meat out to you. And I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it because wins aren't the only thing wins are the only thing that matters, but wins aren't the only thing that matters in the evaluation of a player.
I will tell you that CJ Stroud throws a pretty ball in two tight windows.
He did throw a couple of dots, dude. Like a couple of dots. Who else threw a couple of dots? Will Levis and Bryce Young. Good day for the Rooks yesterday. Now, BY very clearly outdueled the Houston Texans and CJ Stroud. It does not necessarily show up in the stat category the way that you want. I will later on in the show, when we at length discuss this, I will absolutely...
With no sarcasm and threats and pointing fingers, just the facts.
Just the facts, bro. You know why? Because I know ball.
Which is not a cut at all at anybody.
It's not. I'm not saying anything about anybody else. I'm just saying that very simply, I know ball.
Oh, yeah.
And it needs, I just need the world to know that. BY 22 of 31 for 235 and a tutty on the day, a 103.6 passer rating. That is, and stick with me on this, good. That is very, very good. That is a number that you're looking for. That is a good number with the unit built around BY that he has right now. Bryce Young, by the way, has now extended his streak of completing 20 or more passes to 6 games to start his career. The list of QBs that have done that is thus: Bryce Young, Justin Herbert, Kyler Murray, end of list. That's the whole list. It's a pretty good list.
It's a pretty short list.
It's a pretty short list. Justin Herbert's very good. He just plays for a how would I describe his team? He plays for a team. That's how I describe that. Nobody's texted me and said we're in trouble yet, so I feel like we're okay.
Dude, it's 6:06. I mean, you know.
If I triggered some cataclysmic response, somebody was listening.
Because we're known for reacting really quick around here. So, I mean, boom.
I got all new sounds today, Lonzo.
He put some effort in. Good for you.
Yeah. BY.
Whatever.
It's good. I like it. I like the board. I like the soundboard. So, Carolina fans, can all take a deep breath. It's gonna be okay.
Still don't like people blowing in my ear. It's just,
Let's have a physical recoil reaction to that sound.
It just because I think it's you doing it with your mic on, and it's like, no, don't do that. Yeah.
Eddie Pinheiro knocks out a game-winning walk-off field goal. By the way, if you are a Panther fan and your sphincter did not tighten just a little bit when they threw a flag on the good field goal and said, yeah, that penalty happened pre-snap, so you have to kick that again. If you didn't start making coal into diamonds in that moment, I don't know what to tell you. I was like, oh, he's going to miss this. I'm sorry. I didn't want to be that guy. I believed. I told you Friday. I told Rashad Thursday. I said on Friday, when the Panthers win this game, I will roll my own Panther blue up into this bad boy Monday. They're winning this football game. And I got told, and they did. But I'm not going to lie. When Eddie knocked through the first effort, and they're like, it's good, Panthers, wait, there's a flag on the play. And the ref started talking. I'm like, oh, no, wave it off. No,
Didn't he
no.
miss an extra point earlier in the game?
Did.
So that would add a little drama to it.
He did, and it did. Because this was about that range, right? I think it was just a tick shorter. And they throw the flag, and I'm like, oh, no, please be encroachment. Unabated to the quarterback, which is a pre-kick whistle. They got to line it up and do it again. Now, I will say this. Big Stone's moment of the weekend, they point the camera at Eddie Pinheiro, who is rolling back over towards his offensive line, and he looks at him, and he goes, we got this. He's like, no worries. We got this. I got this. He's got this he's pointing down at the ground. He's like, I got this. Don't worry about it. I got this. And in that moment, I'm like, oh, he got this. We're good. It's a dub. It's a dub. Somebody get Rashad on the line. I tried to tell you, it's a dub.
All right, you need to talk about how the defense actually showed up for the first time in a while.
Kind of what we've been waiting
and
for.
And that's the real reason why they won the game was how the defense played.
Oh,
dude,
it was any credit at all.
It was an ugly game. Well, the defense and Adam Thielen. Because
72 grabs or 72 yards on 8 grabs.
It's a shame he's so slow, Rob.
It is a shame he's so slow. Could you imagine what that guy could do if he had 4.4 speed? He would be a Terminator. He'd be a T2000.
All right, so there's a difference between being fast and being quick. He is quick, and you can be quick. You can be quick and not fast, correct, and be effective in the NFL.
And you can be fast and not quick.
You can be fast and not quick and be unable to catch a ball. Hey, he's open, but he can't catch it. There are some fast guys like that. Not everybody's Tyreek Hill.
John Mingo put 2 on the ground. That would have been about 40 more yards of passing.
He's fast, though.
He's very fast. Well, he's physical and he's fast. He put 2 on the ground. That would have added about 30 more yards of offense. So BY's probably sitting on 275 and a touch at that point. And I want to say Blackshear had one out of the backfield that he probably could have popped for 15 more or so. So if I may be optimistic here, we're actually looking at, like, instead of 22 for 31, 235 and a touch, we should be looking at 25 of 31 for about 270 in the touch, which, again, you're looking touches, but here's the thing. We've talked about this. The smaller the field gets for Carolina, the less effective the wide receivers become because they're not separation guys. I brought that number up to you, Next Gen Stats, over and over. They don't get separation. They can't get separation. And separation guys are what make or break you in the red zone. They ain't got it. And here's how I know they're fine. Because the touchdown that BY threw yesterday, the touchdown that BY threw to Thielen last week, they are precision shots. They are death stroke shots. They are red laser sight shots that BY is dropping into the back of the end zone. He just got to have somebody to drop them to. And it's that simple. He just got to have them. He's got to have somebody to drop it to. Thielen right now is that dude. John Mingo started coming out of his shell a little bit late in that game, right? He ended with 4 grabs, 62 yards, probably could have been 6 for 80 plus, but he came out of his shell, and that's what I'm looking for. Chuba and Raheem Blackshear had identical numbers out of the backfield. Chuba 2 for 26, Raheem 2 for 26, DJ 2 for 20. That's DJ Chark 2 for 23. Stephen Sullivan 1 for 13. That is 6 different receivers with double-digit yardage for Bryce Young. It is 4 different receivers with 23 yards or more, 2 with 60 or better. Speaking of Monday Night Raw, are you challenging Kevin to a Texas tornado match by chance?
No, because
dude just showed up in the street.
No, because Kevin's wrong. Taylor Swift wasn't there yesterday. That's why they lost.
Yeah.
So it's the opposite of what Kevin's saying.
What is it right now? With Tay in attendance, TK's good for $1, and without her, he's good for 46 yards.
Yeah. So it's exactly the opposite. And teams don't go undefeated; they lose, and sometimes they lose to bad teams. And Patrick Mahomes had a bad day yesterday.
He really did. He also had the flu, apparently.
Yeah.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
So, I'm not going to lie. I was like, if this dude has a flu game.
Yeah, but you expect everyone to have a flu. And they point that out. Oh, well, he had the flu. They're waiting for the flu game, even though Michael Jordan was just drunk and hungover.
Thank you.
It wasn't exactly a flu game.
Personal foul. He was giving them the business.
Yeah. So, the Chiefs lost. You know what? It's not the end of the world.
For the record,
they'll be back next week.
The MJ fans get so mad when I call that the hangover game.
Yeah, well, I mean,
and it's totally a hangover
watch
game.
The Last Dance. I think it kind of, anyway.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got a show lined up for you today. All right. Coming up throughout the course of the broadcast, this is what I want all day long. I am looking for your
It's getting hot in here. So hot.
hot takes from the weekend. I suspect Clemson fans are going to have 1 or 2 or 9 or a dozen if you show up, because I also got to tell you, I heard one thing 3 times on Sunday, 3 times from 3 different people, one of which works here. Lonzo said, well, I don't know if Lonzo said exactly this morning, but I've been told this weekend, since the conclusion of the Clemson loss to North Carolina State on Saturday, I've been told 3 times, Rob, don't expect to hear from any Clemson fans on Monday, because once they take an L like this one, they all disappear. So Clemson fans, are you there? Are you awake? Are you alive?
I don't know what the sound of peace is. I think it's just quiet, and that's no. I mean, it's going to be peaceful and quiet the rest of the season. It's not going to be loud and let's say orange. It's not going to be.
So Clemson fans, where you at? Where are you? What's your major malfunction with this team? What's this team's major malfunction? We are going to talk about that throughout the course of the show. I want your Clemson hot take. It's going to be obnoxious.
Yeah, you got to watch the stream. I mean, Rob is really into his sound bites.
I'm going to go ahead and tell you.
And when he pushes it, he's just like doing that, putting his finger down and doing a dance.
Dork.
So, all right, let's be serious. I would like your
It's getting hot in here. So hot.
hot takes for the day, please. I would like your Clemson hot takes. I would like your South Carolina hot takes. I will give you all of my Panthers hot takes. It's all coming up over the course of the show. Coming up at 7 o'clock, we've got your water cooler cheat sheet, the 3 things you have to know before you go start talking sports with your coworkers at the office today at 7:20, the Robbie Remix. We're going to take a look at the AP Top 10, and then we're going to put them in the correct order. Then at 8 o'clock, clock in and lock in. My best opening lines, by the way, Lonzo, you want to make free money? Notre Dame opened as a 3-point favorite over Clemson Saturday. How much money should I bet on Notre Dame? All of it? All of the dollars? Should every American dollar I own go on Notre Dame -3? Because I feel like it should. We'll talk about that later in the show. At 8:40, Clemson is going to be discussed with John Blau of the Post and Courier. We'll see what went wrong. When we come back, however, yes, we are diving into what happened in the NC State game. More importantly, what Dabo said after it versus what he said in a similar situation back in 2010. And I want to see if we get the same vibes. We'll do that next. I'm Rob. That's Lonzo. You're you. And you, ladies and gentlemen, are listening to The Rob Brown Show. You, ladies and gentlemen, are listening to The Fan Upstate. All right, guys, thanks for being here. I got a live read right here. Stay right there. We will be right back. There are skilled nurses right there that can help you out. They also offer all of their therapy and treatments right there at the Gables on Pelham. So if you find yourself in a spot where you need physical therapy, memory care, rehabilitation of any type, and you don't want to have to worry about missing appointments driving across town or having to schedule rides, et cetera, the Gables on Pelham can meet that need. You get your treatment that you need right there on site. So if you or someone you love sees a retirement community in your future, go to thegablesonpelham.com, thegablesonpelham.com, or give them a buzz and schedule a visit today at 864-286-6600. It is The Gables on Pelham. Oh, hello, stream. I forgot to push loop on the video, so you got a back page look. Back page? Backstage. Those are different things.
This show is definitely back page.
Backpage has a what I call Urban Dictionary meaning.
Okay. All right.
Backpage advertisements are where you find the advertisements for escorts.
See, I thought, back page is usually like editorial.
That's what it used to be.
Silly.
The millennials
type
have
things.
taken it over.
Have they?
Yeah,
Okay.
Backpage now is where you find the ads for the escorts.
How do you know that?
I have the internet and a sense of fascination and wonder. Let's just go with that.
Okay. Man, I don't remember how to do this. Maybe I don't have to. Maybe it showed up.
Maybe I'm amazed by the way you love me all the time.
Maybe I'm afraid of the way I love you.
Simple things you can do to help out the environment. Remove any window air conditioners. Check window and door seals for proper insulation to keep heat in. Tore my ICL. Good one, Steven. Good one.
I didn't even know that was possible. Yeah, there it is. It's fine. So just stop it right so you don't have to do it.
Clayton White didn't call that game on Saturday. Patrick, that I saw that theory floating around on the old interwebs, and I don't know because the defense looked better. There's no arguing with that. The defense absolutely looked better. Not great, but better. So do we get Satterfield vibes from that? Right? We'll talk about that later in the show.
I just want to thank you for making me feel so special.
I mean, that's kind of a negative projection for next year, Zach. They could be better next year.
Do you like asparagus and mushroom sorbet? I've got leftovers.
Introducing Discover Cashback Debit, a checking account cashback. It pays to Discover. Eligibility.
I think, is that a hot take?
Are you a business owner in need of financing? Then you need Swish Funding, the better way to get the funding you need.
I saw an actual Sasquatch. Trey, please tell me you kept that advertisement. I'm begging you to tell me you kept that advertisement. That's hilarious.
You can get the affordable funding you need with no collateral at switchfunding.com. That's SWISH funding.
I was watching The Sopranos the other day. I'm almost done. I got like 3 episodes left and I'm done with the show. And I know how the show ends. So
Yeah, they all die at the end.
No, they don't. Nobody knows how it ends.
Right, which means
But I'm pretty sure Tony gets whacked.
Which means I'm right.
Based on what I'm seeing in the show, I think Tony gets whacked. Anyway, I'm almost to the end of The Sopranos, and I was watching an episode the other day where with the lady friend, she sits in the room while watches whatever I'm watching, where he gets a newspaper and he opens it, and there are escort advertisements, and they are definitely risque. And she's like, "Well, that's not real." And I'm like, "Dude, it used to be. Like that used to be how in the city they would be advertised. In the city, because you know the city, huh? So you've been to the city once. You're a city guy." Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The Rob Brown Show's on the radio. It is the Fan Upstate. Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. Clemson is, and I think we can go on the record and say this officially now, not good. Yeehaw. I think we can go ahead and mark it down. The scientific experimentation has been completed, and it turns out that the Tiger football program is, again, not good. The struggle bus, ladies and gentlemen, has rolled into Clemson, South Carolina.
Also known as the Roy Bus, and now that's Dabo's name for the bus, the Roy Bus.
The Roy Bus?
Yes, look it up. It's a thing. Dabo's back to driving the Roy Bus.
Rookie of the year?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Roy Bus. Okay, now I have research to do.
All right, text line 71307
What's
or
the Roy
on the
Bus?
stream. Tell Rob what the Roy Bus is.
I will take a look. Here's what I will say. about the struggle bus, the bus that Clemson is most certainly on right now. Clemson fans,
I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
you know all those jokes that we made about how Clemson and South Carolina could be a battle for bowl eligibility?
So hold on. So you were joking. I was not.
Oh, I'm about to make it worse. I wasn't joking. Dude, Clemson may not be able to achieve bowl eligibility with a win over South Carolina. That game may not be for bowl eligibility because Clemson may not have the opportunity to be bowl eligible. Here's who they got left. Lonzo, give me it. It's early. We got time. Clemson v. Notre Dame. Who wins that game?
Notre Dame.
Clemson v. Georgia Tech. Who wins that game? Knowing what you got out of Georgia Tech, who just knocked off North Carolina.
I got to go Georgia Tech.
Clemson versus North Carolina.
North Carolina.
Clemson versus South Carolina.
You know where I'm going there.
That means,
What's
damn
that?
it, what I meant to say
Sad
was,
thing.
if that is true, Lonzo, if that is correct, if what you just said ends up being the correct prognostication, if Clemson does not win another football game, they could finish this year 4-8. And here's the thing, about 5% of the Clemson fan base just went, bleep you, Rob. Oh, wait. Sorry. What I meant was about 5% of the Clemson fan base just said, you, Rob. But about 95% of you just went, damn, he's right.
All right. Jesse has just explained to you what the Roy bus is on the string.
The rest of y'all bus, term for teams that aren't top-notch teams. Oh, so now it's the us bus.
I had never heard the phrase before until
The
Dabo
rest of y'all bus.
until Dabo said it, and it was a couple of years ago, I think.
The rest of y'all bus is now the us bus. Clemson driving the us bus. The us.
What if that last game is for nothing but Palmetto pride?
Genuinely,
Yes.
it might be.
Yes.
Now, here's what's going to be very interesting. I think, because for that game to be bowl eligible.
By the way, best team in the state is on the banner behind
It
you.
is. For that team, for that game to be for bowl eligibility, right? Clemson's got to win one between here and there. They've got Notre Dame, Georgia Tech, and North Carolina. If they are going to win that game, it is going to be over Georgia Tech, right? Who has an identical record to Clemson, but they have losses to, or they have a loss to Bowling Green, and they have a loss to Boston College, but they have a win over Miami. They should not, let's all keep it a buck here, they should not have a win over Miami, but they do. But they have a loss to Bowling Green and a loss to Boston College. They do have wins over Miami, North Carolina, a big win over Wake Forest, and they lost to Louisville by 5. So that, honestly, that game to me is a flip. That game to me is a pick 'em. For South Carolina to be bowl eligible, they have to win 3 in a row against Jacksonville State, Vanderbilt, and Kentucky. Here's the good news for South Carolina. They should be healthier by the time Kentucky rolls around. And that game's in Columbia. As a matter of fact, all 4 of the final remaining games are in Columbia, right? Because somebody pointed out, and ever so correctly so. They lost to North Carolina in Raleigh. They lost to Georgia in Athens. They lost to Tennessee in Knoxville. And they lost to Mizzou at Columbia, the other one. They lost to A&M at Kyle Field. South Carolina has had en route to a 2-6 start to the season. And I mean this, the most difficult schedule in college football through the first 8 games. Now, there are some Pac-12 teams that are going to have tougher schedules when it's all said and done, but that's because of the sheer log jam at the top. Even if Oregon State found a way to bleep it up. So South Carolina had the toughest road to this point in the season. It gets slightly easier. They got Jacksonville State at home, Vanderbilt at home, Kentucky at home, and Clemson at home. South Carolina's got to beat Jayville State, Vandy, and Kentucky. If they win all three of those games, the Clemson game is for bowl eligibility for South Carolina. Clemson has to win one of Notre Dame, Georgia Tech, and North Carolina. Clemson is also at home for all three of those games, right? So they got three in Death Valley. Here's the fun part. Clemson, Notre Dame, a game that at the beginning of the year, we thought this is a highlight package game, right? This game is got to be on ABC at 7 p.m. Turns out it's going to be at noon.
Can we talk about the CW? Can we?
Can we talk about Dave Doran on the CW?
Can we talk about, people, someone mentioned last week Jefferson Pilot.
Mm-hmm.
It's Jefferson Pilot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, audio quality, the crew, no offense, good on you guys for getting jobs, but it's a step down.
Are you saying I should put an application into the CW right now?
Why not?
Why not? I'll bring the same energy I bring to a Burns game. Let's go. Speaking of the Burns Rebels, region champs, baby. That's what they do. Got that dub on the road at Gaffney. And the Burns Rebels will be hosting the Dorman Cavaliers in the first round of the playoffs as region champs.
Have you checked on Alex? Is he okay?
Yes. Alex called me after the game was over, and I have a replay of that phone call. It would just sounded kind of like this for a few minutes. He's fine. He'll live. I mean, Gaffney got the 2 seed. They're in. The only bummer for him is that if the Rebels and if the Indians make it to the third round of the playoffs, Gaffney's coming to Burns, not the other way around. Anyway, we'll talk high school playoffs later.
I just want to say that I think the CW should stand for Clemson Network. I mean, just to put the rest of the Clemson games on the CW. 2 o'clock start, man. That was
the only reason
amazing.
This game Saturday isn't is because Notre Dame is ranked number 12. That's it. That's all. So
Notre Dame still have a deal with NBC, right?
Yes.
So
but
that's
this game's on ABC because it is an ACC. It's an ACC game.
Oh, okay. All right.
And it is I believe the only noon ACC game that's worth a damn. So they're doing this one. You are not on television, Clemson, at noon on Saturday because everybody wants to see Clemson. You are on because everybody wants to see how many points can Notre Dame score.
And depending on what happens tomorrow night, they're gonna. Not that they have a chance. They have 2 losses, right? Notre Dame does.
Notre Dame is 7-2. That is correct.
Yeah.
They are the highest rated 2-loss team.
Yeah. So we get the real.
And by the way, both those losses.
We get the CFP tomorrow. So we
by
get the real
3 to your Buckeyes and by 13 in a game that was closer than it showed to a 1-loss Louisville. That's how I've been told to say it. Louisville.
That sounds.
You gotta say like you're
sounds kind of nasty.
Like you're a drunken British guy. Louisville. Anyway, they put 58 on Pitt this weekend. They put 48 on USC last weekend. We'll see if they put 68 on Clemson. All right. Texter says, hilarious, Roy Bus, bizarre. That is how Dabo explained the loss to NC State. Said he was responsible for the loss, but that it was just bizarre. So Dabo, if it's all on you, how do you fix bizarre? Hint, fix your broken, inept offense. That's a direct quote.
Now I got to find how bizarre.
Texas said, I think Clemson's problem is that they rely heavily on having an elite level quarterback, and Cade is not all that they thought he was. I have a question for you then, dear Texter. My question is this. If that is true, and let's say it is for the sake of the conversation, does that mean that A, Clemson has now missed on 2 5-star quarterbacks with the evidence of up at Oregon State, who, by the way, lost this weekend and in hilarious fashion. We're going to talk about that coming up later in the show. Did they either A, blow it with Cade by not developing them into great quarterbacks, or B, did they miss on back-to-back 5-star elite recruit quarterbacks. And here's the bad news for you. No matter which answer is correct, dudes, it's real bad. Either you, A, are bringing in top-notch, top-flight, top-level quarterbacks, and then you're like, hope you figure it out, bro. Or you're going out there and you have now back-to-back times got the wrong guy because Cade was wrong and also was wrong. Where did that go?
I'm just glad the monitor was in the way. I might have took
Just
some
chunked my
shrapnel
pen
or
out of
something. It's
of-
still over there somewhere. It hit the monitor, then it hit the console, and then it landed. It was a hard landing. I didn't see it
Okay.
go off.
Oh, it's on the
so-
floor.
yeah,
All right.
okay.
As long as I find it. I have to tell you, I'm very
I'm
frustrated.
contacting engineering. That glass is going back up.
For the record, this is not fun for me. I mean, I am. That's not true.
It's fun for me.
Yeah, I know it is. So, Texter, my question is, which one of those two things is correct? Is it that you are either A, missing on recruits, or B, you're not developing those recruits? And here's the problem. It would be one thing if it was just the quarterbacks. You could go fire the quarterback coach, get a new guy in there to develop these quarterbacks. But, man, where is your development outside of the quarterbacks? Is the offensive line getting better week by week? Nope. Are the wide receivers getting better week by week? Nope. Are the running backs getting better week by week? Nope. Is the defense getting better week by week? Nope. There is a obvious empirical lack of development across this football team's roster from top to bottom. And at some point, that program's got to look inwards. That program's got to check the man in the mirror. Oh, yeah. And realize there's the problem. The call, friends, is coming from inside the house. Let's take a break. When we come back, I'm going to stick with Dabo for one more minute because he had some comments after the game that kind of blew my mind a little bit, and I want to talk about that primarily because they made me think of some comments that he made back in 2010, and I would love to compare and contrast 2010 Dabo and 2023 Dabo and see how you, dear Clemson fans, feel about it. We'll do that next. I'm Rob, he's Lonzo, and you're listening to The Rob Brown Show. How bizarre. It's the Fan Upstate, y'all.
Sorry, stream, you couldn't hear it. But,
Yeah, we
you know.
were jamming right there, man. We was jamming, my dudes. So how y'all doing, man? How's everybody? Everybody good? Did y'all have a good weekend? Yeah? Good football weekend, I hope.
I just saw a thing, and I don't know if it's real or not, that Michigan is pulling the extension for Jim Harbaugh or something.
Pulling the extension?
Yeah.
Like he's unextended?
Yeah.
That would be hilarious,
that-
actually.
They said according to the Wall Street Journal, but it's just one source. So
Let's find out.
might have been just someone taking pleasure in the downfall of
No one
them
would dare.
Wolverines.
The audacity.
Yeah, I know.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay it all back because there are special programs now in effect that will significantly reduce the amount you
That's probably true, Zach, although maybe he changes another coordinator in the offseason. Like brings in a new defensive coordinator and then tells them, hey, this is the Clemson way.
I see a lot of Clemson fans are off the Garrett Riley bandwagon.
See, for 14 years, I did a show that was the South Carolina Clemson show. And for quite a bit of that time before this latest. It was like this every season for South Carolina and Clemson, trying to be bowl eligible. See, look, it jumped around. Who said that? What? Yeah, Jacob. Watching Clemson be mediocre on Saturday made me feel like I was 12 years old. Because it did happen for a very long period of time. That's what it was.
Joey B, friend of the show, friend of mine off the air, texted me after the game, and he was like, did we rehire Tommy Bowden and nobody told me?
Here's the thing. Dabo didn't start on fire. There was a time when people wanted Dabo gone when he first took over because I think there might, if I recall, been a little bit of a decline compared to Tommy Bowden at first. There was an outcry. I know some people personally who were yelling about it. So is Zach, by the way.
Personally.
Yeah, and then not use primer, Zach. So you like the old stuff still comes through the paint a little bit, and then you got to try to use more coats. But then you find out you want cheap paint, and so it's not. By the time you cover it all, you've spent just as much money as you would have if you actually went out and got some good stuff. That's definitely an overreaction, Marcus. Dude, this thing is scrolling away, Zach and Jacob and Marcus. I'm talking about the stream. The stream's on fire.
I love it.
It's hard to keep up with because I'd have to reach to my right and grab one of the 3 or 4 mices and like page up.
Of course, as we all know, the plural of mouse is mices.
Mises. Those little mices. Oh, you said text. I don't have the text line up. No, you said comment. I can't read either. I don't know what's going on.
Read. I can't read.
Oh, on Antenna TV. Oh, so Antenna TV was not that long ago. I mean, during that, when was it when everything went digital? It was like in 15 years ago or something like that. Time goes by a lot faster when you get old.
And time goes by.
Yes, Weenus Pitt. It was ugly. But I have a theory that Brittany was unhappy, Brittany Mahomes, because Tay-Tay wasn't there.
Tay-Tay wasn't there. She had no fan.
Yeah. And so that brought Patrick Mahomes down.
She was all sad. She's like, I don't want to go to the game. I'm only going to be on camera with Taylor. Petra's like, you got to show up now. You're a mainstay. If you only show up when Travis's girlfriend is there, it's going to make you look like you're an influencer, and I can't have that.
No one wants to dance alone.
I never want to dance again.
Although sometimes I do dance with myself.
That's one of my solos in our show, by the way. And I just do that.
See? Billy Idol gets it.
Sound clips here are going to go 2 and then 2A.
Kind of figured that.
And I'm going to set up 2 as if it is different than the title. So don't panic.
Okay, so like either pause or point like we always do. Okay, we're good.
I know. I did that once where I titled it something different because I was going to fake set it
Yeah,
up,
but there's probably
that's not what it says.
There's probably like a ton of cuts that day.
So Clemson's got a major problem. And that problem is the football team. So a couple of weeks back, Dabo Swinney said that maybe we should lose a few games and lighten up the bandwagon. And then a while back, Dabo Swinney said something to the tune of, winning is hard, dudes. Winning is difficult. It's very tough to pull off. And the fans, maybe they're a little bit spoiled. Maybe they should calm down. Maybe they should take Taylor's advice. You need to calm down. Worked it into the first hour. I'm very proud of me. Anyway, and I worked it in context. He said, y'all need to relax, dudes. This winning thing is very difficult. I want to take you to the loss against NC State this weekend. I'm going to go to clip number 2 here. Zoe, Dabo Swinney after the L.
I don't blame them for being upset. They should be upset. I'm upset, and it's nobody's fault but mine. Simple as that. I got to get it, I don't have any. If I'm sitting in their shoes, I'd probably be questioning me and doubting me too. We lost our confidence somewhere along the way, and it's been a tough year. But it's going to be a new year starting tomorrow, and I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that this never happens again, and that this is just, a valley that we can all remember and look back at one day. But we come out of it and we grow from it and we get better. But I don't blame the fans one bit for being ticked off. They ought to be ticked off. And I'm going to do a better job to make sure that I get us better as a program.
Oh, my bad. That was from 2010. That was from the loss in the Meineke Car Care Bowl to the University of South Florida. That was from the year where Clemson concluded their season 4-4 in the conference, 6-7 overall after losing to the mighty Bulls of USF in Charlotte. Now, Lonzo, you listened to that clip. You listened to the clips a couple of weeks ago when Dabo said, "Oh, you're all spoiled brats. Get off the bandwagon. Winning's hard." I don't know about you, sir, but I heard a very different tone from 2010 Dabo to 2023 Dabo.
Yeah, the 2023 Dabo is a Dabo who's getting a statue. When you know you're getting a statue, when you know you are the best coach to ever coach at a school, then you can change your tune a little bit.
It turns out you may think a little differently for $11 million, my dudes and dudettes. And I understand. I probably think and feel a lot of things that would change for $11 million. I'm sorry, a year, right? At 11, if I'm making $1 million a year as a head coach, I'm like, yeah, this is not good enough. We're going to do better. I'm going to fix it. We're going to change. And for $11 million a year, I'm like, shut up. You're lucky we don't lose every game. Are you kidding me? Yeah, college football is the hardest thing in the world. It's the most difficult thing ever. No one does a job better than or more difficult than college football coaches. It is the single most challenging thing anyone can do anywhere ever. Alaskan king crab fishermen have an easier job than me, dudes.
Not a place I thought you'd go, but okay.
Firefighters have an easier job than head coaching college football for $11 million a year. You'll notice in that clip, you got two things. Number one, you didn't get Dabo going, winning's hard, get off the bandwagon, you're spoiled. You got Dabo going, yeah, you should absolutely be furious at us right now. You should be irredeemably upset. You didn't have Dabo saying, well, we're going to do things our way. Just kind of, you got Dabo going, I'm going to change whatever the hell I need to change. By the way, real quick, clip 2A, since we're here, since we're talking about it, the reporter that asked the question to Dabo that set that up had one more question for Dabo Swinney, and it sounded like this.
foresee any possible changes on the offensive staff or just in the coaching staff in general this year, maybe during the offseason?
Well, as I just said, I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that this program gets better. And that includes anything and everything within my power. So, I'll speak further on that at a later date.
Did you hear the guy in the background laughing? I swear that sounded like a laugh. I could be wrong.
I can neither confirm nor deny. Now,
I was not at the press conference, so it wasn't me.
2010. Now, let's be very, very clear about what that year shaped up like. Wins over North Texas and Presbyterian to start. You lost to Auburn on the road, 27-24 in overtime. You lost to number 16 Miami. Auburn was number 16 at the time, by the way. You lost to number 16 Miami at home by 9. You lost at North Carolina by 5. You beat Maryland. You beat Georgia Tech. You lost to Boston College by 6. You beat NC State. You lost to Florida State on the road, 16-13 by 3. You beat Wake Forest. And then you lost to the Gamecocks 29-7, arguably the biggest ugly dub or ugly L of the year before you lost to USF by 5 in South Florida. You lost those games that year, 7 of them in total, by like a combined, excluding the South Carolina game, by like a combined 18 or 19 points. It was pretty unsettling. And going as a 6-win team to a bowl game that won every game close, that Dabo is the Dabo you need now. That's the Dabo that's got to come back. Not the ingrained Dabo, not the $11 million a year Dabo, not the preaching Dabo you've got in the last couple of years. You need that Dabo back. You need the Dabo that says, yeah, our fans should be furious. They should be furious with me. Coach, you going to make staff changes? If that's what it takes. Instead, you got the Dabo that's going, hey, winning's hard, man. It's tough to do. Not everybody can do it. Well, a lot of other teams are doing it, Coach. The standard is best. The best is the standard. Well, it's not right now. You are, by definition, by your own phraseology, not meeting the standard. This is on you, nobody else right now. You need 2010 Dabo back, not 2023 Dabo, because 2023 Dabo is prideful and comfortable. 2010 Dabo was trying to kick ass to prove he deserved to be there, and then he did that. Then he started beating everybody. And all of a sudden, the Clemson Tigers became a dynasty because Dabo was not prideful and comfortable. He was angsty, and he had a point to prove. But now that he's got that cash, and now that he's set in that office, and he's being told by everybody in there, it don't matter what happens. They can't get rid of you. You're Dabo bleeping Sweeney, dude. He's like, oh, winning's tough. Winning's hard.
You know what would be really hard? Doing a Clemson show right now.
You and I were listening to one. I apologize to the guy. I don't remember his name or where it was coming from.
We'll just say Chrisley. Let's just call him that.
We were listening to this cat show in the Fortress of Nerditude before we came on the air. And this guy was, one of my favorite words, apoplectic. He's like, dude, we're lost. We're lost. Abandoned ship. We're going down.
Yeah, imagine all that with a Southern accent.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, like I told Lonzo, it's like it's gotten for me past entertainment, past the masochistic side, and into like, oh, this is tough to watch, dude.
This is familiar territory to me and for some of the older people in the audience. So, I mean,
I get it. Like, yes, this is how we felt a decade ago, but after a decade of, let's call it what it is, 2 natties, but a decade of having college football in a stranglehold, baby, this dominance does not go out in a blaze of glory. It goes out with a And Dabo's just saying, get off the bandwagon. You're entitled fans. No, give me 2010 Dabo. Give me the Dabo that wants to kill everybody to prove a damn point. Give me a sports flash with Lonzo. You didn't see that one coming, did you?
You fooled us all. It was another disappointing weekend for South Carolina and Clemson football. The Gamecocks lose to Texas A&M 30-17, and the Tigers drop a game to NC State 24-17. 90s football is back, baby. Bryce Young and the Carolina Panthers finally get a victory with a 15-13 win over fellow rookie C.J. Stroud and his Texans. Bryce threw for 235 yards and a touchdown, going 22 for 31 for 235 yards. Titans rookie quarterback Will Levis had himself a debut yesterday. Starting in the place of the injured Ryan Tannehill, Levis went 19-29 for 238 yards and 4 touchdowns, including 3 to DeAndre Hopkins, leading Tennessee to a 28-23 win over Atlanta. We are your home for Paladins football and basketball. Tune in Saturday as Furman takes on Chattanooga. I bet he's changing his mind, Marcus, because he was featured. He was featured yesterday.
We have 3 touchdowns. On this day, 85 years ago in 1938, Orson Welles' adaptation of H.G. Wells' The War of the Worlds aired on U.S. radio, sparking reports that some listeners believed a real Martian invasion was underway. You know, I've never listened to that broadcast. I want to listen to that broadcast.
It's pretty good. I've heard bits and pieces of it. And the fact, if you think about, there wasn't what we have today, so radio was it.
Yeah.
There was no TV, nothing like that. So people were like, oh, my God, we're going to die.
I've never listened to that broadcast. I really should. Just because I was curious, I looked it up. Electronic television was first successfully demonstrated in San Francisco in 1927 by Philo Taylor Farnsworth.
Yes.
If you're a Futurama fan, cool.
Philo.
Professor Farnsworth. Good news, everyone. I can't do his voice. One of my favorite television characters of all time, though. That was the title of a whole segment last week, Zach. What a cool cheat time. When was TV publicly available.
You also got to remember, even if it was available, it was probably really expensive, and not too many people had it.
Publicly accessible television broadcast was in 1939. Look, you know we're going to come back to Clemson later on in the show. South Carolina, stay tuned. We're coming to you too. Although I am going to say, to the chagrin of many, I'm going to be a lot kinder to the Gamecocks than the Tigers this morning for two very good reasons, and I will tell you what they are later on in the broadcast.
Expectations.
That is one of them. That is correct. The other one I addressed last week, and it got worse. So we'll talk about that coming up later on in the radio broadcast as well. But before we get to any of that, it is 7 o'clock on the dot. Which means, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to get you caught up. I know I'm going into it early, but that's because there's a lot to cover in today's Water Cooler Cheat Sheet.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
"You hear that?"
even before they take their first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the Water Cooler Cheat Sheet on the Fan Upstate.
It is the Water Cooler Cheat Sheet, the 3 things you have to know before you go talking sports at work on your first break with your friends or your family or your coworker or your dog or whoever you spend your first smoke break with, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for your Water Cooler Cheat Sheet, and it is time for item number 1. The World Series goes to game 3 this evening, and it is tied up 1-1. And let me tell you, folks, for those of you who have not been paying attention to the World Series thus far, it's been very good. Very good. Game 2, not quite as electric as game number 1. Game number 1 was ridiculous. It went 11 innings. It featured a Corey Seager dinger in the bottom of the 9th that tied the game at 5 apiece. And then, because of course it did, it featured an Aroldis Garcia walk-off dinger in the bottom of the 11th inning. Aroldis Garcia has been spectacular in this series. In that game, he was 3 for 4 with a knock and a couple of RBIs and 0 Ks on the day. Then we got to game number 2, and this one was all snakes. They rang up a couple in the 4th. Texas answered with 1 in the 5th, but down the stretch, like your boy called for it on Bet for the Cycle on Saturday, if the Snakes are going to win this, they're going to have to put up runs in the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings. That's what I told Cody Decker. That's what I told our national audience on Bet for the Cycle, that you do not bet first 5 overs in this World Series. You bet overs in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. Well, the Snakes put a deuce on the board in the 4th, the 7th, and the 9th. They put a trio up on the board in the 8th that led to a 9-1 scoreline. And the story for me, Ketel Marte got a hit. 2 RBI knock. As a matter of fact, it was his 18th consecutive postseason game with an H to the name. The dude has now set a record for consecutive postseason hits or consecutive postseason games with a hit. Ketel Marte is a freaking stud. Corbin Carroll had a couple with 2 RBIs as well. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. had a couple of hits with an RBI. He was 2 for 3 on the night with a couple of walks as well. This series was great in game 1, and the Snakes were great in game 2. And now we turn our attention to game number 3. It is going to take place this evening, and it should be a good one. This one is back in Arizona. We do know that Max Scherzer will be on the bump tonight for the Rangers. Here is the ugly reality. Max Scherzer has not been good in the postseason. In fact, he has been remarkably average. He's middle of the road in just about everything, and he's going up against Brandon Fat. Yes, indeed, he is.
I overmodulated. I feel really. I got to turn my head.
I mean, if there's a name to do it for, that's the one.
I'm better than that.
That's the one. He goes up against Brandon Fat tonight. Brandon has 5 postseason appearances so far. He's won all of them. He's very good. He's very good. So this one should be a fun one because it's going to be the late innings of this game where things get heated unless Arizona takes advantage of what I said they needed to. You got to chase Max Scherzer early. Not just chase Max Scherzer early, but you've got to get to that Texas Ranger bullpen because if there's a weakness for this squad, it is their 7th, 8th, and 9th inning pitching. You've got to get to them quickly. Not necessarily for one game. You got to do it for a couple of games in a row. You got to wear the arms and the pen down so that in the later games, you end up in a spot where you are up against the back half of the Rangers pitching. Game number 3 is tonight. It is in Arizona. It is at 8:03 p.m. And right now is item number 2. The Palmetto Football Review, ladies and gentlemen. We open with Texas A&M and South Carolina, a 30-17 defeat. Now, the good news for you Gamecock fans is that Texas A&M did not cover the spread unless you bet them when I told you to on Monday. The opening line in this game was sitting at about 12.5. That is where I told you to get it. I told you to get it at 12.5. The reason we do a Monday morning clock in and lock in is because sometimes these lines can move dramatically. This one did. This line moved from 12.5 all the way to 15.5. What was the final score difference? 13. Which means if you got it like I did at 12.5 when I told you last Monday to clock in and lock in, you got some cash. If you did not and you waited until Saturday morning, you lost some. Now, you don't care about that. You care about football, and I respect that. So let's talk ball. Max Johnson, 20 of 30 for 249 and a touch on the ground. A&M went for a $105 and 2 tutties as well. Amari Daniels, 13 carries for 68 yards. Ruben Owens, 18 for 40. If you were to take the 29-yard run away from Amari Daniels, you actually had a pretty good day rushing. You would have ended up keeping them to about 82 yards. You would have ended up keeping them to a touchdown. You would have actually been in a pretty good spot, with the exception of that one big run, because Owens only averaged 2.2 yards per carry. Daniels averaged 5.2, but that number was heavily skewed by that one long 29-yard run. The problem was over on the flip side. The problem was that South Carolina entered the halftime, Lonzo, with negative 33 yards rushing.
Ouch.
Yeah, that's real bad. Now, granted, the majority of them were on sacks. Spencer Rattler finished this day with minus 42 yards rushing. The real bad news here is that Mario Anderson had an okay day. 16 carries, 72 yards, or as they called him on the broadcast, Mario Anderson had 72.
Hey, yo, Mario!
Minus 42. With Dak Joyner 2 for 5, Nick Harbor 1 for 1, Juju 2 for minus 3 yards. Meaning that you ended up outside of Spencer Rattler's minus 42 with a total of 33 yards rushing offensively. That's not great. Rattler also had arguably his worst contest of the year through the air, 20 of 33 for $176 and 1 touchdown. Now, the touchdown was a great touchdown. But once Texas A&M kind of figured out the schemes, the routes that Shane Beamer's squad was going at him, they pretty much took that away as well. Couple of bad drops in this game. Nick Harbor had one early. I'm going to say this. I was very proud of Spence and Shano because the second on the opening drive that Nick Harbor had one go through his hands that would have been a first down conversion. Both of those guys went to him and went, hey, head up. We're coming back to you. And then Nick Harbor had a pretty good day after that. 6 grabs, 59 yards on the day. But I told you last week, well, I did not think you were going to cover, and you didn't, at least the number that I got, not the final number. While I did not think you were going to cover, I wasn't going to hold this game as a referendum against the Gamecocks because they were banged up. They were banged up bad. And what ended up happening was that the Ags were able to bracket Xavier Legette. They kept him to 3 snags for 20 yards. He was also a little bit dinged up, but with you having 3 of your starting receivers down or injured, down or playing through an injury, this was always going to be problematic. I'll be real with you. The fact that you only lost by 13 is an accomplishment to me.
Really real?
Yeah, for real. Clemson falls to NC State. 27-14 is your final in that one. Cade Klubnik's final line, 33 of 50 for 263, 0 touches, 2 picks. Shocker of shockers, you lost with turnovers again. I said it on Friday. If Clemson has a negative in the turnover differential, you will lose this game because NC State's defense is opportunistic. And if they can get their offense an extra possession or 3, North Carolina State is good enough to beat you. Well, they got him an extra 2 with the 2 picks. The run game was okay. Phil Maffa was okay. 16 of 84. Now, Will Shipley obviously had the injury, and it was a brutal one to watch. A clear-cut targeting that did not get called, by the way. The penalty is irrelevant. Will Shipley got taken out of the stadium. He had to be analyzed, evaluated. From what we have heard so far, he is fine. Concussion protocol, so he may or may not be available ultimately this weekend for Clemson. But he is okay. He is aware. He is alert. He is good to go. So that's a great news. Phil Maffa, with respect to that, Phil Maffa had an okay day. 16 carries, 84 yards, averaged over 5 yards a carry, had a couple of tutties as well. Actually had the only 2 tutties as well. Phil Maffa got it done. Jake Brenningstool had another day. 8 catches, 93 yards. You ended up having, I think, 7 different receivers in double-digit receiving this year, all the way down to Brendan Spector. Like, the frustrating part is that the talent is very evidently there. The talent's right there. You can see the talent. It jumps up, and you're like, that guy, that's the guy. The problem is the offense is just not well put together. The problem is that the offense just does not have the coordination, the organization, the efficiency to take advantage of that talent. I told you last week, a lack of talent is not the issue for the Clemson Tigers. A lack of organization and coaching is. The Carolina Panthers are no longer winless. 15-13. They get the dub over the Houston Texans to improve to 1-6 on the season. Bryce Young outduels this. I'm still in item 2. I'm doing all 3 Carolina games.
Oh, my bad. I'm keeping the NFL, and so I quit.
Please don't quit. I don't want to have to do your job. Bryce Young outduels C.J. Stroud. C.J. went 16 of 24 for $140. BY 22 of 31 for 235. He joins a list of only 2 other quarterbacks to open their careers with 7 straight games of 20 completions or more. He threw for 235 yards and a touchdown. Had very little help from the run game. Chuba Hubbard had 15 totes for 28 yards, an average of less than 2 yards a carry. Bryce ran it 4 times for 11. Blackshear 3 for 5. Sanders, 2 carries, 0 totes. 44 rushing yards for the Carolina Panthers. 33 of them came from not Bryce Young. Adam Thielen had a day, 8 snags for 72. John Mingo, 4 for 62. And he had 2 drops. 2 drops one drop on the sideline that would have been good for another 15 or so. Chuba had 2 for 26. Raheem 2 for 26. DJ Chark had the other drop. He had 2 for 23. He had another drop. Honestly, BY's number could have been closer to like 270 if those passes are completed. Whatever. Doesn't matter. The only number that matters is 15. 15 points to the 13 points to the Texans. Just like Rob Brown told you on Friday, if there was a winnable game coming up down the stretch, this was the one at the bank. You're welcome. You're welcome. So,
whatever.
If you are of the opinion that the only thing that matters, the only evaluation of a quarterback that matters is whether or not they win.
So this is like a really huge deal.
Bryce Young is better than CJ Stroud. Book it. I said it. Let's roll. Item number 3. I was going to wait it out. Ladies and gentlemen, your AP Top 25 is out for the season. Georgia hangs on to the number 1 spot in the rankings. Michigan will stay at number 2. Their Big Ten rivals, the Ohio State University, checks in at number 3. And Florida State rounds out your playoff 4 after a demo job on Wake Forest. Washington, the lone other unbeaten that has a chance, is checking in just outside the playoff 4 at number 5. I'm going to tell you right now, Florida State needs to look out. They really do, because at the end of the year, Washington's going to have a better resume. Clemson has damaged Florida State. Duke has damaged Florida State. LSU has helped. But right now, LSU is the only quality win that Florida State has. They're going to have to keep beating everybody by 25 and 30 if they don't want to get jumped by Washington.
Florida State goes undefeated, they're going to be in. I mean, this because Michigan and Ohio State, one of those are going to have a loss.
I agree. But I will say, of the teams in the top 4, Florida State's the only one with no margin of error. Any L for Florida State, they're out. Washington will take their spot. A 1-loss Michigan or Ohio State will go in over a 1-loss Florida State. Hell, a 1-loss Washington will go in over a 1-loss Florida State. No margin of error for the Noles. Either way, that's your top 5 of the 1 losses. Oregon is number 6, Texas 7, Alabama 8, Penn State 9, and Oklahoma. Oklahoma L. What a rough weekend for Brent Venables. Everybody starts to believe. Everybody says, what a turnaround, myself included. Then they have a fist fight against UCF and they lose the next weekend. Woof. Oklahoma drops down to number 10. Ole Miss 11, Notre Dame 12, LSU 13, Mizzou 14, Louisville 15. DJ's Beavers go to number 16. Air Force at 17, Utah 18, Tennessee 19, UCLA 20. And ladies and gentlemen, just because I want to say it on the walk-off, USC ranked number 24, James Madison ranked number 23, just like we all saw it coming at the beginning of the year. Oh, wait, I forgot to unmute my computer.
You got one of those. Yeah. There you go.
Sorry. I got to unmute the computer.
James Madison's mascot is?
The Presidents.
I was going to say Patriots. I don't know.
I was on BetMGM tonight, the other night. And my dog, Ryan Horvat, who I love.
The Dukes.
The Dukes. That's right.
Dukes.
My dog, Ryan Horvat, who I love. He is one of BetQL's mainstays. You hear him every single weeknight, with the exception of football night, here on the Fan Upstate. Ryan and I were talking. He has me on his show, BetMGM Tonight, every Thursday at 8:20. And he said, Rob, what are your thoughts on the James Madison Dukes? To which I said, can I be real with you, Ryan? I've watched like 3 minutes of James Madison football. I've watched none. The Dukes deserve more respect. I should give the Dukes more respect, but I've not watched more than maybe like 5 minutes. And he goes, none of us have either. We just wanted to see if you would be honest about it.
You're going to put some effort into it this weekend and watch some James Madison.
Who they got this weekend? Let's see.
Trying to figure out where to watch James Madison.
You know what? Yes. You know why? And I mean, this is actually sincere. On ESPN2 at 3:30, they play Georgia State. And Georgia State
will James Madison make the quad box this week? Will they?
Honestly, they might. Georgia State's 6-2. Their only losses were to Troy in a rivalry game to Georgia Southern. That might make the quad box. Then they got UConn, Appy State, and Coastal Carolina to complete the season. They could absolutely go undefeated. It won't matter. They'll get a fun bowl game. Like maybe they pop into a New Year's Six bowl just for the lulls. But are they going to be a playoff team? No. By the way, that's if the NCAA makes them playoff eligible. They got to get a rule change for that.
Now next year, would they have been eligible?
12-team playoff.
Yeah. So next year,
make an excuse for them. You know what we should do? We should run to a break. And when we come back here in just a minute, it's time for the Robbie Remix. We're going to take a look at the AP poll top 10, and then I'm going to put them in the correct order because as of right now, it's not. And that's what I'm here for. We're doing that next on the Rob Brown Show. We're doing that next on the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, got a live read right here. Stay right there. We'll be right back.
for all.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to bed because tomorrow going to have to be more of a director than normal and go.
So during the break, we were talking
Wake
about.
up, Rob.
Lonzo asked if next Monday will be like, if we'll be settled into the new routine, into the new slot. And I told him, I'm not worried about next Monday. I'm worried about tomorrow morning.
Yeah, but we fall back next week. So how bad
Yeah.
would it have been? Would it have been if it was next Monday when Raw was?
So that means we get an extra hour next week, right?
get.
Yeah, we fall back. So we go from 8 back to 7.
Yeah.
Okay, so we get an extra hour of sleep.
But if you have you worked this, we're starting our 4th week, right? I think.
Yes.
Has your body adjusted yet?
No, and I know that because I was watching the game last night. I had a parlay on the Sunday Night Football game, and it ended, and I got up, and I'm like, let me take a shower, and I got in the shower, and I was just like chilling in the shower because I love a hot shower. And then I looked at my clock on my phone, and it was like 11:45, and I was like, oh no. And then I went to bed, and once I get in bed, it takes over half an hour for me to fall asleep.
Wow.
I fell asleep at like 1 o'clock this morning. Did not realize till 11:45. I was like, oh yeah, that's right. The alarm's going off in 4 hours. I should probably go to bed. So when I get done here today about noon, if I make it that long, I am going home and I'm going to sleep for 4 hours before I go to Raw. And I've already told the boys, I'm like, I am not drinking at this show tonight. I may have a beer in the tailgate, but I am not pounding brewskis at this show. Ordinarily, I will do a beer and a half an hour during a wrestling show. Not tonight. Once I'm in the building, no more booze for me because I got to go home and go to bed.
Well, hopefully it's a good Raw. Hopefully they have 4 dark matches.
There are 2 things on the lineup I'm excited about. Imperium versus DIY, and Ricochet v. Dom, which I'm only excited about because you know that means mommy's in the house.
Well, and you're also going to be able to listen closely and find out if the boos are really being piped in or not.
100%.
Yes.
I was excited about the Halloween street fight. Natalia versus Chelsea Green.
Okay.
I hope. All right, time to take a look at the Robbie remix. We're going to take the AP top 10 and we're going to put them, ladies and gentlemen, into the correct order. If you ask, well, me, that's why I put my name on it. The AP poll as it stands right now goes this way. In the number 10 spot is Oklahoma after they dropped 4 per the L this weekend. Penn State is at number 9. Bama, number 8. Texas is at number 7. And Oregon is the highest rated one-loss team in all the land, and they should be. They are at number 6. Right ahead of them, the only team to defeat the Oregon Ducks, the Washington Huskies, just outside the playoff spot at 8-0. FSU has 3 first-place votes. They are number 4. Ohio State also has 3 first-place votes. They are number 3. Michigan has 9 of them. They are ranked number 2. And the Georgia Bulldogs hang out still at number 1 with 48 first-place votes. Here, my friends, is my order in the top 10. I am going to start with number 10. I am going to match the AP by putting Oklahoma there. It is not just because of the loss. It is also because they have had back-to-back fistfights. That 34-30 win over Texas seems forever ago. They ended up winning over UCF 31-29 in a game that if the ball bounces one time differently, UCF makes that upset. That was at Oklahoma. This week, they went on the road to the Rock Chalk Kansas Jayhawk, and they took the L 38-33. Kansas is now 6-2. Their L's came to Texas 40-14. That was when Texas was really playing good ball, and they lost to the Oklahoma State Cowboys. And by the way, how the hell about the Oklahoma State Cowboys, who started this year not great, Bob? They escaped Arizona State and Central Arkansas. They lost to South Alabama and Iowa State, but since then have reeled off 4 in a row, including their rivalry game. Whatever. Not great for the Boomer Sooners at number 10. Checking in at number 9 on the Robbie Remix. Give me the Texas Longhorns. Listen, I know that they are 7-1. I know that their only loss came to then number 12, Oklahoma. And I know they've played better ball, but it was earlier in the year. 31-24, they escape at Houston. They whipped BYU this weekend, and I'm not going to disagree, but this is a resume spot. The Alabama win is looking better and better by the week, but there are some teams I've placed ahead of Texas that I think are better. It may be a little bit ironic as Texas beat the Alabama Crimson Tide, but I'm throwing the Tide at number 8. They get the win over the Tennessee Volunteers, 34-20. Next up for Alabama is LSU. The Tennessee game, they won by 2 touchdowns and frankly did not play their best football. You can see this team getting better week by week, I think, and I would not be shocked to see Alabama find a way to sneak in over the University of Texas via resume down the street. The Longhorns have left Kansas State this weekend, and then that's it. TCU, Iowa State, and Texas Tech after that, whereas the Crimson Tide have LSU, Kentucky, Chattanooga, and Auburn down the stretch. I wouldn't be shocked to see Alabama continue to raise up. At number 7, the team that's number 9 in the AP poll, and that is the Penn State Nittany Lions. They have 1 loss. It was a 1-score L on the road at Columbus. They turned it around the next weekend and won 33-24 over the Indiana Hoosiers. The Hoosiers aren't good, but I don't think Penn State is that bad either. I just think they're slightly not as good as Ohio State, frankly, or Michigan, and we'll talk about them coming up in a little while. At number 6, the king of the 1-loss teams, the Oregon Ducks. Honestly, I still think Oregon is one of the most complete teams in America. That Washington State win, a 2-touchdown win, was a good one. Then they went to Utah, the same Utah that pretty much ruined USC. Oregon got that win 35-6. The Ducks are no joke. If there is a 1-loss team that I believe is a playoff team right now, it is Oregon at number 6. The only reason I can't put them any higher, well, it is because I have got the Washington Huskies just ahead of them. Washington has gotten themselves into a couple of shootouts. They got into a shootout this weekend at Stanford. They got into a shootout with Arizona State the week before that. Now, who did they play before the back-to-back shootouts? The Oregon Ducks. And the Oregon Ducks put some tape down on how to defeat the Washington Huskies. On one hand, Washington gets a lot of credit because they keep finding a way to win. They just keep getting it done. Washington's a very good football team. Michael Penix Jr., a very good quarterback, but they're going to have to dominate a couple. They've got back-to-back-to-back ranked teams out of the Pac-12 in USC, Utah, and Oregon State coming down the pipe. And then Washington State, the Apple Cup, the Color Bowl to wrap it all up. This is a tough 4-game sled here for the Huskies. If they get through it, I absolutely believe they're a playoff team. Undefeated, for sure. Even if they lose the Pac-12 championship, they will still be a playoff team in my eyes. I've got Washington at number 5. At number 4, I've got the Borgia Bulldogs. What is wrong with me? The Georgia Bulldogs.
You started to say Boy George. You know you did. I mean, that's what that was.
Do you really want to hurt? Okay. The Georgia Bulldogs, I've got at number 4. Why, pray tell, Rob, do you have the number 1 team in the country at number 4? Listen, they did a demolition job on Florida. They beat up on Vandy 37-20 in a game that the backups played most of the fourth quarter, and they blew up Kentucky. I think some teams have been more consistent. I think some teams above Georgia have been better from week 1 till now. Is Georgia the best team in the country? I don't know yet. I'll tell you right now, I'd like Michigan. I'll tell you right now, I'd probably like Ohio State. I think Georgia's going to be fine. I think Georgia is absolutely going to escape the regular season unquestioned. My question is, are they that good, or are they just playing teams that aren't? I really thought Florida was going to cover in this game. I said it on national radio on Saturday. I think Florida covers this game. There is no greater conviction that I can show to you than putting my own money on the line. I put money on Florida to cover against Georgia. They didn't. 43-20 is your final. Georgia is looking better week by week. They are hitting their stride week by week. But as consistency goes, Ohio State at number 3 slides in just ahead of Georgia after a 24-10 road win over a pretty good Wisconsin team, an 8-point win over a top 5 Penn State team. Everybody else, with the exception of number 9 Notre Dame, Ohio State has blowed up so far. That's why I slide them ahead of the Georgia Bulldogs into the number 3 spot. At number 2, there is only 2 games that have been in question for the Seminoles of Florida State. The 31-29 escape at Boston College. I give some credit to the weird games, to the red bandana games. That one got off the hook. That Clemson win for Florida State in overtime does not look quite as good as we thought it would at the time. But since then, 39-17 over Virginia Tech, 41-3 over Syracuse, 38-20 over Duke with Riley Leonard, and 41-16, they down the Demon Deacs of Wake Forest. All of a sudden, this Florida State team is on a tear, putting up 30s and 40s in the score column. I've got FSU at number 2, and that means, Lonzo, get the Derby ready, because I've got your Michigan Wolverines at number 1. That's fine.
You didn't say that. Tell me you did not just say that.
Nope. 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 Nope.
As Captain America said, I can do this all day.
Nope.
Hot as fish grease, bro.
They knocked off Sparty, then they took a week off. Michigan has not put up fewer than 31 points in a game. Now, scratch that, 30 points in a game. They opened with ECU at 30. Since then, 35, 31, 31, 45, 52, 52, 49. They have not allowed a team to reach double digits yet. 3-7-6, 7-7, 10-7-0. Sorry, I screwed that one up again. They let one team reach double digits. It was Minnesota on the road, and it was some garbage time points down the stretch for PJ Flex, fellas.
What are they going to do when the coach is gone? I sent you the article, by the way.
Probably not this anymore.
I found that article.
Oh, good. I'm going to look at it next. Listen, we can talk about the controversy. We can talk about the sign stealing, and we will. But they're beating the hell out of everybody. Now, interestingly enough, Michigan has Penn State in 2 weeks. They got Purdue this weekend. They should do the same thing. Mark me down for like a 35-7 win over Purdue. And then they're on the road at Penn State. The one disadvantage that the Wolverines have is that they're on the road at Penn State. Ohio State is in a good spot. They have already got Penn State. They've got Michigan to wrap it up. It is on the road, but they don't have the turnaround that the Wolverines do, playing Penn State on the road, and then Maryland, who, by the way, what the hell, Maryland? What was that? And then they've got Ohio State to ruin it. So I've got Michigan at number 1. I'm going FSU 2, the Buckeyes 3, the Bulldogs 4, Washington 5. That's your undefeateds. Your one-loss teams: Oregon at 6, Penn State 7, Bama 8, Texas 9, and Oklahoma number 10. That is your Robbie remix of the AP Top 10. Who do I have too high? Who do I have too low? I want your thoughts, and we will read them on the text line, the MadWorldAttractions.com text line at 71307 when we come back. 71307, start your text with FAN, F-A-N. You can also call us 844-326-3663, 844-326-3663. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Rob Brown Show. It is the Fan Upstate. Anish probably like exhaled everything in his body to call that
Finally,
win.
we win a game.
Touchdown was a 1-yard pass from Young to Tommy Tremble in the second quarter. Both of Houston's touchdowns came on the ground. A 1-yard run by Andrew Beck in the second, and Stroud scored on a 1-yard run late in the third. The Fan Upstate is your home for Furman Paladins football play-by-play all season long. Catch every game right here live. Download the Odyssey app, search the Fan Upstate, and listen anywhere on your phone. I'm Chuck Sanders with the Sports Flash on the Fan Upstate. You have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call.
I also sent you a video above that article.
Okay.
Oh man, people put ghosts on drones. All that is so wrong. Run, dude, run.
Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call
Rob would have a heart attack.
800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Hey, this is Mark Ryan with Offsides. Join me this Wednesday from 3 till 7 at Ingalls Markets at 1500 Cedar Highway in Travelers Rest. We'll also be giving away a $25 Ingalls gift card. See you there.
Mad World Haunted Attraction is now open. In South Carolina's number.
All right, Twitter.
The video would take like 10 seconds.
Oh God, is he dead?
I don't know.
He's dead, right?
I don't know.
Dude took a header to the floor. Did you not tell them you were about to do that?
It looked like they were, yeah, like he thought. No, that's a whole setup. He knows that he's jumping. And
Dude,
they just did not
know
catch
he's
him.
Jumping. And more importantly, are you aware that of all the places on your body to land, the top of your head is the worst by a lot?
I'm not implying anything, but if you look downstairs where he's getting ready to land, all those people have a cup in hand. So
that's 100% a drunk decision.
Yeah, yeah.
100%.
And also, do you not think, dudes, you need both hands to catch me? That's all I'm saying.
Listen, I will defend to the end people who like to imbibe. I will not defend people making stupid ass decisions like that.
All right, I don't think that's a person.
On the left?
In the room.
Yeah, on the left, like
sitting right in front of us. I don't think that's a person.
Well, I'm gonna say it's not because I don't see a person. I see a chair tucked away in the left that kind of looks like it has legs.
It looks like
that's a chair, though.
Come over here real quick.
I can see it from here.
No, not from this angle though.
That's a chair or a lady who really needs to see a doctor about her legs.
Look like a person to me. So what can I say? Maybe my eyesight's getting worse. So the thing on Michigan, there's a Sports Illustrated article, which I sent you. There's also Wall Street Journal, but that's paywall. So at least it was for me.
If I have made a couple of hoodies for the show, do you want one?
Sure. We've had these discussions before. Absolutely, would give
Yeah,
you
but I
some
gotta
cash
end
for such thing.
No, I mean I'm just gonna have 7 or 8 of them made and give them to the VIPs.
I made a list. Yeah.
Texter says putting Michigan at number 1 is probably the looniest thing you've done this week, and it's only Monday until Michigan. Oh, where did the second half of that text go? Until Michigan plays a defense and an offense, they're still the number 3, number 14 in the nation with Ohio State. Georgia 1, Florida State 2, Michigan 3, Ohio State 4. I'm going to go ahead and say I understand what you're saying. But my response would be, don't fall into the trap of only looking at who is lined up. Look at how they did against who is lined up. That is why I made sure to emphasize, dear Texter, that Michigan is averaging about 44 points a game, and they have given up double digits once. Everybody else has done worse than that. Georgia has done worse than that. Ohio State has done worse than that. Florida State has done worse than that. You may hit me with all of the takes about strength of opponent that you wish, and I understand them all. But here's the thing. Michigan has taken a very weak schedule. I agree. It is a pathetic schedule thus far. Michigan has a 2-game schedule, Lonzo. Penn State on the road, Ohio State at the house.
You know, it's whether I like it or not. It ain't like, I mean, that's just the schedule in front of them.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
you play who's in front of you, and you get judged by it. The fact that Michigan has given up double digits a single time, and the fact that they have not scored fewer than 30, that was in week 1. They've scored 31 twice, 35 once, and everything else has been 49 or more. Again, how many times has this example been used? If I was to take the Kansas City Chiefs and drop them into the MAC, they would, despite playing an awful schedule, still be the Kansas City Chiefs. You have to look at what they do as well as who they do it to.
After yesterday, I don't know. Action might be a little too much.
I want you to know that one of our dear and mutual followers on Twitter DM'd me and was like, Rob, you should put Broncos Country Let's Ride onto your soundboard, and every time Lonzo hits you with good morning, drop that on him. And I didn't have the heart to do it, Lonzo. If you ever think I don't care about you, please know that I told somebody no, I wasn't going to drop Russell Wilson on your head 50 times today.
So, by the way, that would have been fair game. I'm not going to – I may have just mentioned it, but as far as that goes, I'm not – I mean, they win and lose the same way. That's what they're either going to win by a couple points or they're going to lose. That's just how it works. And how many more chances are you going to get to actually play Let's Ride in a positive way?
2, probably.
And I've only played the good morning sound once today. Now I'm going to have to play it multiples. So
I'm going to drink a lot of beer tonight, Jim. Budweiser.
You better not.
Monday Night Raw in the Ville tonight. By the way, if any of you WWE superstars are listening, 844-326-3663. 844-326-3663. I'm actually giving the number for the listeners. You guys can call too. But
especially our friend Gunther, if you're in town.
Friend of the show and still your reigning, defending, undisputed WWE Intercontinental Champion. By the way, and I know he's here because we're getting DIY v Imperium tonight, and that match is going to be a banger.
Yeah, Johnny, if you and Tommaso want to just swing by the studio, we got a couple of chairs for you right over there.
Oh, yeah. All right, so let's get back to football. Let's see. What else you got on the MadWorldAttractions.com text line 71-07? Texter says, Michigan shouldn't be in at all, not going to be eligible before too long. Bad news for you, Texter. Yeah, they will. Yeah, they will. And here's why. Number 1, that investigation is not complete. Number 2, when that investigation is complete, Michigan has 90 days to file an appeal, even if that investigation wrapped up last week, the national championship game. is inside of that 90-day window. So the only hope you have for the Wolverines not making it to the Natty is Lonzo's Ohio State Buckeyes.
And the referees who got a call from the commissioner saying, dude, we gotta do something. We can't, they cannot win a game. And then there's also maybe the CFP committee goes, strength of schedule not there, eye test not there, even though it is. So many things, and suddenly they're Michigan's number 5. We don't know what the CFP is going to do. We don't. They don't always follow. It doesn't fall in line with what the AP poll or the coach poll or any of that stuff goes. If you're worried about the integrity of the game, Michigan's at 5 tomorrow night.
If you are worried about the integrity of the game, Michigan is at 5. Like in the AP poll?
No, the CFP, which is tomorrow.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, the only one that really matters.
Oh, I get okay.
Yeah, because starting tomorrow night, when we get the first one, all that other stuff is just people talking.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter anymore.
That's fair. I mean, it does matter. I'm sure it goes into the consideration.
Does it?
Like they can say it doesn't, but come on. You know it does. Speaking of Michigan, we do have some more information about what's going on with Michigan. Apparently, according to the Wall Street Journal, Michigan was working with Jim Harbaugh to give him a contract extension. And now they're not. They said the price is wrong, Jim. No extension for you. We're just finding reasons to push the new buttons. We'll talk about this more later in the show. But apparently, Michigan was ready to give Jim Harbaugh a new extension. Then, back on October 19th, when the news of the sign-stealing accusations became public, just days later, according to the Wall Street Journal, Michigan went, never mind. Now, we're nah.
Jimmy. Sorry, Jimmy.
Harbaugh agreed to a 5-year, $36.7 million contract in 2022 after the turnaround 2021 campaign resulted in a 12-2 record. The Wolverines compiled a 13-1 record and compelled negotiations on a new deal that would have reportedly made Jim Harbaugh the highest-paid coach in the Big Ten, which also would have likely ended the concern of the Wolverines that Jim Harbaugh would have taken an NFL job and left them high and dry. And now they said, I was going to say poof. Now they said, poof, that contract extension. Es no mas, amigo. You are going to have to just hang out. You're going to just have to hang out. Asked earlier this month if a new contract was coming, he said, quote, like anybody, you want to be somewhere where you're wanted.
Nope.
If they like you and how you do it, your bosses tell you that, and then it gets reflected in a contract. Asked if he wanted to be at Michigan, Harbaugh said, quote, yeah, I do, end quote. Let me read that first quote to you one more time, Lonzo. Like anybody, you want to be somewhere where you're wanted. If they like what you do and how you do it, your bosses tell you that. And then that gets reflected in a contract.
Feel me? Do you feel him, sir?
That was perfect. That was just art, is what that was. Okay. So, lulz. Hey, come watch us on the stream. Facebook.com/TheFanUpstate, Twitter.com/TheFanUpstate, on X, on YouTube, The Fan Upstate, on Twitch at The Rob Brown Show. And you should come watch it right now, because if you come to the stream right now, ladies and gentlemen, you get to watch Alonzo wow our imaginations with this Rob Brown Show Sports Flash.
Smiling with the possible demise of a coach up north. It was another disappointing weekend for South Carolina and Clemson football. The Gamecocks lose to Texas A&M 30-17, and the Tigers drop a game to NC State 24-17. 90s football is back. It was a rough day for the Minnesota Vikings despite a 24-10 win over divisional rival Green Bay. After throwing for 274 yards and 2 touchdowns, quarterback Kirk Cousins may have torn his Achilles tendon. Sources reported the injury, which will be evaluated today. Cousins led the NFL in touchdown passes and was second in passing yards. That's a very competitive opening 2 contest in the World Series. The Diamondbacks return home to host the Rangers in Game 3 with both teams tied at 1. That's tonight, by the way. The high school football playoffs start this Friday as Burns takes on Dorman. Rob Brown brings you the play-by-play right here on your home for Burns football. All right, admittedly, I haven't nailed it once today. I got one more shot at it. Mondays are difficult. I need to start changing my weekend schedule to match my weekday schedule. I slept in too long yesterday. What can I say? I know, Steven. Thank you for being there to push me. I appreciate it. I'll say that I'll do better, but let's face it, consistency-wise, I probably will do the same thing in my final one today. You never know.
Have any of you guys gotten married in the last couple of years and used the website called The Knot? Knot. The fiance has been running all of our wedding plan through The Knot. And it's very interesting because it compiles everything. We had a Google Doc going, and she just hit me with like, we're moving everything over to The Knot. Go plug all your addresses into The Knot. And like, it's pretty easy. But on the flip side, like, I'm about to plug all of my friends' addresses into a website. And I'm like, I don't know how I feel about that.
Superchargers, brakes, exhaust kits, and more. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors levels your baby up to its peak performance. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. With all the parts you need at the prices you want, it's easy to bring home the win. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only, exclusions apply.
Let's head out. The theater's about to close. Wait, what does that sign say? Warning, watch your step? No, next to it. If you are 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of serious consequences from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60. I didn't know that.
Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV.
Somebody just said, Rob, if I see you at the show tonight, I'll say hi. And I responded with, you're much more likely to hear me at the show tonight.
That's pretty accurate.
Hey, look who made it back from Jacksonville without being murdered. Keegan. Good job. Congratulations on the not being murdered. Just so you know, all your friends would do the same, convenience over safety. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the reasoning. And I don't really feel bad about it, to be honest.
Yeah, it's going to be in the 30s by Wednesday, Steve.
I know. The Friday night playoff game is going to be freaking cold, dude. I'm not looking forward to it. Last year, I went to Gaffney for that playoff game, and it was like 24 degrees at the end of the game, and all I brought was like a hoodie. I was dying. Because I had two options, which was close the window and call it in a box or open the window and have the fan noise. And I care about the people's experience. I regret doing that.
You should wear a parka. You should wear a parka. I just never said the word.
I'm going like Kirk Herbstreit.
There you go.
Like trench coat this week.
It's like the bubble looking thing.
I'm going gloves. I may wear earmuffs under the headset.
Hey, why not?
I haven't decided yet.
Why not?
Hour number 3 getting itself started, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Rob Brown Show. This is the Fan Upstate. How do you do, Upstate South Carolina?
Yeah!
We're gonna get there.
No,
You
man. Yeah, you got precedent.
No, you do
I
yours
mean, you
first,
got we're fine.
Yeah.
Talking to America here.
There it is.
I'm just gonna retire mine. You can just do everything. That's fine.
No, I don't have. Yeah.
Well, you could have it, but I'm not retiring mine. I'm just kidding.
To the handful of you that care. Yeah, we are going to talk about Monday Night Raw later because it's right here in Greenville, South Carolina, coming up later this evening. I will be there.
This handful diss I will not take because that's ridiculous. That's the kind of take that other people have.
The what?
The handful take of fans of Raw. So, don't do that, man. I mean, they're selling out everywhere. There are billions of people out there who watch professional wrestling.
First off, the well is sold out for this.
Yes.
The well is sold out for this event, A. And B, we know it was in good shape because this is the first wrestling event since I have been here, coming up on in March, 4 years. This is the first wrestling event that we didn't get tickets to because there were none to be given away. They are sold out. We got no tickets. I'm not mad about it. I like the perks of the job. I don't get mad when I don't get tickets. I bought them. I don't care. I'm rich. I'll buy them.
Yeah, talent. That's what you do when you're 1%. It's a good sign for wrestling that we don't have tickets.
Yeah.
So
great sign for wrestling when I have tickets. Great sign for WWE.
I feel sad for the audience that we can't give any away, but you know.
Same.
Yeah.
Same. But I bought mine and I'll be there. And I'm gonna tell you, folks, they are the most expensive wrestling tickets I have bought in a very long time. Okay? Like a very long time.
Can you roll your eyes when you're driving? Because if you roll your eyes when you're driving because you hear wrestling, you need to be more safe. That's all I'm saying. You know, just come on. That many people can't be wrong, can they? Wrestling? I suppose maybe.
Maybe, but I doubt it. We're going to talk about that later on in the show. Here's what I would like to get to. I would like to get to this text that says, Rob, I think the Big Ten shuts much down before the end of the season. And I am going to say to you, texter, that while you and Lonzo would love, I dare say would be thoroughly entertained and would enjoy Michigan having their first shot at a natty taken away by Jim Harbaugh, it's not going to happen. And it's not going to happen for one reason and one reason alone. It's not going to happen because of money. You see, for the Big Ten, if Michigan makes it to the playoffs, they get a big stack of it. If Michigan makes it to the national championship, they get a big stack more. And if they win the national championship, they get the biggest stack of all.
I would say they make more money when Ohio State goes to the playoffs and wins the national championship, because when did Michigan do that?
Like I said,
it's been a long time. And, you know, when Michigan goes, people yawn.
You yawn.
No. I am not singular here. You forget that I'm, the man of the people,
The Buckeyes
represent the people. I
yawn.
also represent, a good portion of Buckeye fans.
Love them or hate them, people will watch them. So a lot of people to watch them lose because everything's wrestling and every fight's got a heel, right? And especially now, let's go ahead and jump on the wagon here. If
they are the
Michigan makes
heel.
it
Yeah,
to the
you're
Natty
right.
now, most people who tune in to watch it will be tuning in to watch it to watch Michigan lose. Uh-oh, you don't have the playbook. What now, Jim?
Well, we're going to find out when they play actual. Well, we did when they played actual competition without the TCU kind of. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So love the story about TCU having found out about Michigan stealing playbooks and
allegedly tipped off by Ohio State.
Correct.
Allegedly.
Correct. And throwing in some dummy signs that threw off the Wolverines, who then proceeded to not win that game.
Get their booties spanked.
Correct. So now that they are there and now that there is an issue for Michigan, people will tune in to watch them lose. ... again. They'll tune in to watch them lose again. They'll tune in to watch them catch that smoke from whoever they line up against in week one. Whether they do or don't.
One compelling argument.
I know. Whether they do or don't, it will be very interesting to see what those numbers look like. Texter said, people yawn. Michigan got blasted last year. Ohio State will win the Natty, and that's coming from a Clemson fan. I'm not Clemson fan. You just became Lonzo's number one Clemson fan. Number 4 Clemson fan. By the way, real quick, can I give a shout out? Scratch that. It's my show. I'm going to give a shout out real quick.
Stop making these requests. Just do the thing, man.
Friday night at the Burns-Gaffney game, I was standing outside of the restroom in the press box at halftime and was approached by a gentleman who is the PA announcer for the Gaffney Indians. And he walked over and he's like, "Hey, fan upstate Greenville." And I said, "Yeah." And he goes, "What's your name, man?" And I said, "I'm Rob Brown." And he goes, "Oh, my wife's a huge fan." I want to say, and I apologize, it was a long time ago, and there have been multiple substances consumed between here and there. Scratch that. There has been a large quantity of one substance consumed.
All right. You should just say alcohol. Because,
I drank some this
there
weekend.
we go. That's better. Be a little more specific.
Yeah. This weekend was an all-football weekend for your boy. Last Sunday, me and the lady friend, we had an NFL bye week. We took it off. We didn't watch football on Sunday. This weekend, I did wall-to-wall on Saturday, wall-to-wall on Sunday. So I consumed a couple of rum and cokes. I want to say his name was Fred. If I got that wrong, I sincerely apologize. But the PA announcer for Gaffney, he said, "My wife listens to you every day, and she loves you." So if you are the better half of the Gaffney Indians PA announcer, hello, and thank you for listening, and you're spectacular, and I appreciate you. Okay, shout out of the way. Though loving.
I just want to say I also appreciate you in case you were just tuning in to listen to me and not Rob. So, I mean, because it could be.
He did say she loved me.
Well, you're standing there. I mean,
that's true. It'd be awkward if she was like, "Hey, it's Frank. Thank you, Alex." Alex, I appreciate Alex still talking to me after that game.
Well, I'm sure you weren't, rubbing it in or
not
anything because you wouldn't do that.
Not at all. I'm a good guy. Frank G is the PA announcer. Frank, thank you, buddy. And more importantly, thank your wife.
What up, Frank's wife?
What's up, Frank's wife? Thanks for being a fan. Thanks for being a friend. Thank you for being a friend. All right. So the Michigan thing. Texter says, remember Zoe, 45-23 last year. Bah ha 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 ha.
Last year?
Bah ha ha ha. For us. Bah
No,
ha ha ha.
last year?
That's what he said.
Last year? Did Clemson play Ohio State last year? I don't recall. Or is it a Michigan fan? If it is, I'm just completely blocking that out.
I'm gonna guess.
You think Ryan Day is the one handing all the information to the NCAA and stuff because he knows if he loses to Michigan this year, he's gone?
No, it's the same guy. It's the guy who said, "I think the Big Ten shuts down much before the end of the season." That is a No, that's a different person. So that's a, I don't know, texter who said, bah, ha, 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 ha.
We do have Michigan fans listening to this fine program, and you are welcome, because it is the law that we have to move south, Ohio and Michigan people eventually. And I hope you enjoy the upstate.
So Michigan's not going to get shut down because at the end of the day, Michigan, assuming they don't lose, because at the end of the day, Michigan playing in the playoff, Michigan playing in the Natty is going to translate directly, even if it's to watch their downfall in the hilarity that ensues. They're going to bring ratings. They're going to bring dollars.
I know money is
everything.
Is the
only thing.
But reputation becomes a problem too. It absolutely
the NCAA cares about that.
It absolutely does care about that. It does.
They don't. They care about money. If they can make their reputation look good whilst making more money, they're going to take full advantage.
All I'm going to say, and you guys think I'm joking, look for phantom calls when Michigan plays a good team. When they play Penn State and when they play Ohio State, look for phantom calls, and immediately you're going to go, Lonzo said this was going to happen.
That is different than not letting them in outright.
Is it? Is it? Because it's taking direct action. If you believe such a thing without it being in the open, it still would be in the open, because if you go, wow, that wasn't a pass interference, where did that come from? Or that looked like a fumble to me. Okay. His foot was clearly in. Why did they call him out?
So again, I do my best not to start putting on the tinfoil cap regarding the refs. That's not to say it never happens.
All right, I'm an entertainer here. I don't have a degree in journalism. I know some people who do. That doesn't make me a journalist. I am speculating, and sometimes that happens.
Do you have sources?
And I'm also, dude, I have so many sources. I'm also being a little bit wishful. So, I mean, there's that, because the best part about conspiracies is when someone puts it in your head and then you start seeing signs, and you don't know if it's real or not. And sometimes it is.
Again, if we get halfway through that game and it's like clearly one-sided, I will be less than surprised because of the great one pointing it out. But I will say, much like a wrestling promoter who will take somebody who is got a reputation of sorts and continue to book them, because why? Because people want to show up and watch them get punched in the face, right? It's why boxing guys do it. It's why MMA guys do it, because we want to see them get punched in the face. Especially if you get somebody who can punch two guys in the face at one time. The reality,
I was a little off there, but I got it. It was amazing.
The reality here is Michigan going in as the best fights are the fights where there's a clear good guy and a clear bad guy. And the reality is anybody who lines up against Michigan becomes the clear good guy, and anybody who lines up wearing maize and blue becomes the clear bad guy. So putting them into a playoff game, or not putting them into like doing anything to affect the outcome, but creating a situation where they can go into and they end up going into a playoff game. It, as the kids say, does numbers. It does numbers. And they would. All right, let's take a break. When we come back here in just a minute, there's, it turns out, shockingly, I know, a lot of other teams that played a college football game this weekend. And we shall discuss them next, including you, Oklahoma, including you, South Carolina. We're coming, and we're doing it next. I am Rob. He's the great one. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. I said no names, James. All right, give me 30 seconds, guys. I'll be right back. Yes, Nathan. I will be there. Alonzo will not, but I will be there. Let me see. I don't even know where I'm sitting. I'm in the lower bowl. I don't know if I have time to pull a costume together because I kind of forgot to. Whoopsie.
What for tomorrow?
Yeah. No, for tonight.
Oh,
I've got a costume for tomorrow.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say because if you're not bringing anything, I'm not.
No, I got a costume for tomorrow.
Because
I will be in 112 tonight.
Unless reports are wrong, it's going to rain tomorrow. So getting costumes in.
Yeah.
So let you know, I'm not wearing makeup again. I still haven't gotten it all out of my eyebrows. I look like Alice Cooper. I tried to wipe it off before I left. I mean, it was all, I was like, okay.
Did you happen to see mine Saturday?
Did you do what you said you were going to do?
No, I did not. I did Dollar Store Jon Snow from Game of Thrones. I went and got a floor-length cloak with fur-lined shoulders, and I had a sword and everything. So here's the thing. Halfway through that, I came up with the perfect costume for tomorrow. The perfect costume for this show. Perfect. Would not be as good as last year when I came as Lonzo and nailed it, by the way. But the perfect costume for this show. And then I went to order on Amazon, and it was going to get here tomorrow at noon. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So today, when we get done, there's one costume store in town that's not just like a spirit, but I'm going to see if I can run by and see if they have it. I will buy it regardless of the cost because it will be a phenomenal cosplay for whenever. But I couldn't find it on Amazon to get it here in time, unfortunately. So I'm really hoping. If not, I'll just Jon Snow tomorrow because I killed it.
Attention all football fans. Are you ready to experience MVP treatment in banking? Look no further than Founders Federal Credit Union, where personalized service is the winning play. Don't settle for being just another.
We went out to eat Saturday. I'm like, we're the village people. I was like, no, we are. We are. We're sitting at the table. I kept doing the. He's like, stop. Oh, he dressed up as a pirate. He's a pretty good pirate.
I tuned in for a little while.
Our good friends at Ingles Markets have teamed up with Upstate Warrior Solution, a nonprofit that has served nearly 9,000 warriors.
Oh, man. Whoop, kicking in.
Right now, when you shop at Ingles Markets, you can purchase an icon at checkout for just $5, and 100% of the proceeds go directly to Upstate Warrior Solutions. Please consider buying an icon or two.
Texture says, why don't angry witches ride their brooms? They're afraid they might fly off the handle.
Just visit upstatewarriorsolution.org. Thank you, my friends, for helping us make a difference in the lives of our bravest and their families right here in the upstate. And remember that website. It's upstatewarriorsolution.org.
So I have been in the operating room most of my career watching people.
Texture said, "Oh no, I'm a Clemson fan. I just hate Ohio State." Bah ha 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 ha.
Okay, that checks out.
Keegan said, "Amelia Island, nice. Jacksonville, gross." Yes, Keegan. Yeah. Are you surprised? Do you think I have been making it up and stayed on a vendetta against that city for 4 years for no reason?
No, you're not prone to exaggeration at all.
Lonzo, 4 years I have been calling it the butthole of America.
No.
Seb said, "Go Dins." Hell yeah, go Dins. Another one. That team's pretty good, y'all.
Fan, home of winners. Furman and Burns. Yeah.
Hey everyone, this is Richard Deitch, and I host the Sports Media The Richard Deitch Podcast. What can you expect from this podcast? Well, each week I'll have interviews, in-depth conversations with the people who bring you the sports you love, as well as roundtables with sports media reporters about television, digital, audio, radio, print, and other forms on the internet. If you are interested in sports broadcasting and how you watch, listen, and read about the games you love, listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
Today, sunny with a low of 62, high 83. Weather brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Choose Barbasol Shaving Cream.
I'm getting targeted for wonderful ads with a guy who is selling a George Costanza School of Hitting baseball shirt and is a Seinfeld fan. Yes, please. It's simple physics.
JeffMartinAuctioneers.com. Experience the difference. License 4283.
Hey, football fans, this is Cole Bryson. Are you ready for the ultimate adrenaline-packed high school football experience? Tune into the Fan Upstate every Saturday morning from 8 to 10 for the Saturday Morning Scramble. You'll get the latest scores, insight, and exclusive interviews with star athletes and coaches. Plus, I'll be broadcasting live from your local Ingles Market all season. The Saturday Morning Scramble only on the Fan Upstate, 97.7 FM Greenville, 97.1 FM Spartanburg, and on your phone on the Odyssey app.
Powered by Founders Federal Credit Union. Your guide to the gridiron. The maestro of the matchups and the keeper of all things cool in the sports world.
The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate, ladies and gentlemen. Rob Brown and the Great One with you. Let's talk a little college football, shall we? Had a pretty good weekend overall in college football. It wasn't necessarily the most appetizing slate, but it ended up being pretty good. Georgia gets a 43-20 win over the Florida Gators. Florida opened with a TD in their opening drive, and then they were held scoreless till the game was well out of the hand. Carson Beck, 19 of 28, 315, and a pair of touchdowns. 96 on the ground for Dejon Edwards for Georgia, 15 carries and a pair of touchdowns. Kendall Milton had 13 for 55 and a touch as well. Georgia ran the ball for 171 yards on the day. Florida gave up 32 yards via sack. 25 carries, 109 on the team. 82 of them came from Johnson Jr. Surprisingly, Trevor Etienne did not get the bulk of the carries in this, which I didn't understand. He took some shots early in the game, but it's like the deeper they went into it, the more they started getting away from him, which I can't understand. Ricky Pearsall, six grabs for 99 for the Gators, but it was Ladd McConkey that had himself a day for the Dogs. 6 grabs, 135 yards, and a 54-yard touchdown for Ladd McConkey, who it's like after the first or second 17, 20, 23-yard catch, like maybe, I don't know, maybe put somebody on that guy.
That would take in-game adjustments. Florida doesn't do that.
Oh, my goodness. It was ugly, man. Now, my question for y'all here is this. Is this a reflection more, Lonzo, of Georgia is good, Florida is bad, or a combination of the two?
I think it's a combination of the two. I also think that Georgia has heard the people saying that they haven't been very impressive with their victories, and they also know what's coming up tomorrow. And whether they say the look of margin of victory matters, it does in a case when Florida supposedly was coming on, and it looks like a bigger victory for Georgia by putting up that many points.
Yeah, I got to think Georgia might have started to hear the sounding board a little bit, right? Because 51-13 over Kentucky, 37-20 over Vandy, and now 43-20 over the Gators. Now they look like a playoff team. They did not earlier in the year. They did not when they were beating South Carolina by 10 in a game that was probably closer than it needed to be. Auburn by 7. And then they had UT Martin and Ball State out the gate. I would not be shocked to hear that Georgia kind of got tired of hearing that they are ranked number 4 in Rob Brown's Robbie Remix poll, right? Ohio State 24-10 winners over Wisconsin. Kyle McCord in this one, 17 of 26, 226, 2 touches, but 2 interceptions in this game as well. Lonzo, you probably paid closer attention than any of us to this one. On one hand, it's hard to say what went wrong in a 24-10 win over a 5-2 team, but what went wrong in a 24-10 win over a 5-2 team?
I wouldn't say any of us. There's quite a few Buckeye fans out there who are paying attention. McCord had a bad game. And in a bad game, he still didn't look that bad. When you throw a couple picks, you usually lose that game, and they did not. Much like what Georgia did, I'm sitting there yelling, score more points, score more points. You need to score more points because I know what's coming.
Style points matter.
Yeah, it's like score more. But it is Wisconsin, who is probably more than likely going to represent in the Big Ten championship.
They are currently 3-2, tied with Minnesota, Iowa, and Nebraska atop the Big Ten West right now.
Yeah, somebody's got to. So you know.
Somebody's got to. Honestly, that's not a bad call. Can I tell you who suddenly on a 3-game win streak? It would be a 6-game win streak if it wasn't for Michigan in the middle. Lonzo. Matt Rule's Nebraska Cornhuskers are also 5-3, also in the hunt. And I would argue that the winner of Nebraska-Wisconsin is going to represent the Big Ten West. And the way they're playing right now, it could be Nebraska.
When you buy into the one of us mentality, suddenly you start getting victories. And that's what we're seeing here with Matt Rule's team.
If you're Nebraska, do you start an OOU chant down the stretch if you get in? I think I might. Ohio State did not look fluid through the air. And that is to say, Marvin Harrison Jr. is a monster. He's a monster. He's a freaking monster. 6 snags, 123 yards. And tomorrow, when we hand out our...
That is not real.
I have a sneaky suspicion, Zoe, that MHJ is going to be planted squarely atop it.
I also want to point out, even though they didn't win by as much as they probably should have, the running game is back.
Travion Henderson is probably also going to catch a...
That is not real.
Award tomorrow for 24 carries, $162 and a tutty. He averaged almost 7 yards a tote. He, Zoe... is also very good at football. And here's the good news. Even if Kyle McCord is average in terms of Buckeye quarterbacks, between Travion Henderson, Marvin Harrison Jr., by the way, Henderson also had 45 yards through the air. Between those two cats, the offense stays well-rounded, even if Kyle McCord's like, okay. Even if he's okay. So we'll talk about that one more, but Marvin Harrison Jr., what a beast. The Noles get a 41-16 win over Wake Forest. Jordan Travis, Lonzo, 22 of 35, 359, 3 touchdowns. He also carried it for 29 yards and a touchdown on the ground as well. Trey Benson had an okay day, 10 carries, 55 yards and a touchdown, 126 yards of rushing offense for the Noles, but 382 total yards through the air. Trey Benson, yeah, that's a running back. 4 catches, 100 yards, and a touchdown through the air. Keon Coleman had 7 for 66 and 2 touchdowns, including a ridiculous one in, I think, the second quarter of play. The Noles are another team, though, that are going to have to rack up style points. They just have to. It's not an option. They have got to beat teams 41-16 just in case. Washington keeps finding ways after the Oregon game, which they won, to make it close. 42-33 over Stanford in a game that Stanford very much was alive in down the stretch. Michael Penix Jr. did get back to form, 21 of 37 for 369, 4 touchdowns, and 1 interception to go. Ashton Daniels for Stanford, 31 of 48, 367 and a touchdown. He actually outplayed Michael Penix Jr. with the exception of the actual finishing the drives. If Stanford could finish drives, they could have won that game. Either way, Washington stays unbeaten. They know Ohio State and Michigan. One of them is going to knock the other out, and Washington with an undefeated season can get in. I think the Pac-12 is good enough, and this is unlike the ACC, unlike Florida State. I think the ACC is not good enough. I think the Pac-12 is good enough that Washington with a loss in the conference championship game can probably still get in. I don't know if that's true for the Noles. Texas 35-6 over BYU. We talked about that one early. Oregon 35-6 winners as well. This one over Utah. Utah's a good team. Utah's a good team. Bryson Barnes is a good quarterback, and they made – I did feel bad for that kid. They spent the entire College Game Day show talking about the pig farmer, Bryson Barnes. He goes 15 of 29 for 136 and 2 picks.
Yeah, everyone was kind of picking Utah to win this game, and, well, they didn't.
Not me. I went Oregon to cover, and it felt good, boy. Bo Nix, 24 of 31, 248, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Why is Bo Nix not being talked about more? Why is Bo Nix, the former Auburn guy, not getting more love?
Been in football for like 7 years or something.
Is that, you think that's why he's a COVID year guy? I feel like a lot of people are like over the COVID year guys. The ones that have been here for going on year 7.
I think that might be a slight because you've been in college a really long time.
That's fair. In fairness, he did spend a couple of those years under Brian Harrison at Auburn.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's it, but
that doesn't count.
It wouldn't shock me if that doesn't factor in, because immediately you said his name. I'm like, yeah, that dude has been there for.
I mean, he hasn't been in Oregon that long.
He should have his doctorate somewhere by now.
Penn State 33-24 winners over Indiana. We talked about that one earlier. Arizona 24-27 over Oregon State. And why? Can you grab me clip number 1 if you don't mind, and then we'll take a break because we got John Blau coming up in the next segment. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 3 seconds left on the clock in the first half of the game between Oregon State and Arizona. The Oregon State Beavers have the football. They send on the field goal unit with an opportunity to take a lead, and this happens.
Snap's good, hold, and it's a fake! And he's brought down inside the 10.
But no time. I don't get it. Your kicker's your best athlete who's going to get you to the end zone?
They tried it in their last possession, but they had the penalty, and they had to kick it.
But it's all or nothing. You got to get to the end zone. You don't get another first down here. And that's the guy you want to try to have break tackles and get. I don't get it.
I don't get it either. I don't get it. 3 seconds left on the clock. You're like 15 yards away from pay dirt, and you flip it to your kicker to try to be that guy. You don't go to your power back. You don't say, hey, DJ Uyunglele, you're having a great year. Why don't we turn you loose and try to make some magic happen? DJ! You don't let your field goal kicker, I don't know, Lonzo, kick a field goal, which is worth how many points?
That would be 3, Rob.
And they lost 27-24, which is a difference of how many points?
I'm going to go with 3, Rob.
Ding, ding, ding. Tell him what he's won. The worst case.
Nothing, because they lost.
Right.
Yeah.
That is correct. That is correct. Kick a field goal. That game's tied. You're going to overtime. All right, we got to take a break. We got some more games that we need to talk about later on in the show. But before we get there, when we come back, he covers the Clemson Tigers for the Post and Courier. He is John Blau, and he joins us to talk about the Clemson NC State game next on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, we're going to step away while we get John lined up. We will be back in just a couple of minutes. Don't go nowhere. Ladies and gentlemen, the Rob Brown Show rolls on. The Monday morning edition is a good day to reflect on the weekend that was and football. And on Mondays at this time, John Blau of the Post and Courier does just that. He joins us Mondays at 8:40 to talk a little Clemson ball with us. John, happy Monday, buddy. How we doing?
I'm good. How are you, Rob?
Doing real well. Thank you very much. Better, I suspect, than at least a handful of Clemson fans listening to our voices this AM. So let's start, John Blau, with a very open-ended question. Turnovers included. What went wrong Saturday for Dabo and his Tigers?
The same things that have gone wrong for the first 7 weeks of the schedule. Way too many mistakes on offense and not efficient, particularly on offense either. The running game, I think 10 of the first 13 rushes went for 3 yards or fewer. I think 7 of them were 1 yard or fewer. So you're not able to really sustain much offense that way. And then big mistakes, and that was on offense and defense. I mean, obviously, Kate Klubnik had the pick six, got tipped. NC State gets a score off of that. But then also defensively, you bring a zero blitz. You got one-on-one on the outside versus Kevin Concepcion, who's the guy who busted off a 50-yard run to set up one touchdown, and he goes 72 yards for another one, breaks one tackle, and he's gone. So just way too many mistakes for Clemson. It's been the song that never ends. Games that are winnable just can't do the things to not lose, I guess, at the end of the day.
It's back-to-back L's. It is now, for the first time in 11 years, impossible for Clemson to reach 10 regular season wins. But here's the problem that I have, John. It's not just that they can't reach 10. It's that I'm looking at Notre Dame. That's a team that can beat this version of Clemson. I'm looking at Georgia Tech. I know that we would, this sounds crazy, but Georgia Tech just beat North Carolina this weekend. They've got North Carolina the week after that, and then on the road to South Carolina. A couple of weeks ago, we were saying, South Carolina v. Clemson could be for bowl eligibility. Now I'm looking at it and going, it could end up being for not bowl eligibility. Where does this team go to not have this season turn into more of a disaster?
Yeah, exactly like you said. I think obviously at the beginning of the year, we're talking about can Clemson win a national title? Is this a team that can get back to the playoff? Right now, we're asking, is this a team that's going to have a postseason in general? Because you need 2 more wins to get to 500. Notre Dame, this is a team that just pounded Pitt 58-7. This is not a mediocre football team. This is a very good football team, and Clemson just lost to NC State, which is probably closer to that mediocre label this year. And then just the slate of quarterbacks that you have to play. Haynes King has been a great addition for Georgia Tech. He makes the offense much better than it was a year ago. North Carolina obviously has Drake May, and Spencer Rattler in South Carolina gave you a ton of problems last year. So, yeah, the defense obviously has to kind of clean some of these things up. Obviously, the defense can't be perfect. You can't expect that from them, but some of these, errors every now and again are turning into huge plays. Clemson has to kind of clean that up. And then offensively, you have to find something because right now they don't have much of anything, especially with the running game the way it is. They need to be able to figure out a way to stay on schedule and to hopefully have Kate Klubnik grow up and take a few steps forward these next few weeks because there's been still too many mistakes from the quarterback.
John Blau from the Post and Courier covers the Clemson Tigers. He joins us on Monday to talk Clemson Tiger football. We've talked much about the defense for Clemson, and I've made the argument a couple of times that when they are pressed into service, John, 2-3 extra drives per game, it checks out that not only would they be losing stamina in a game, they would be doing it week after week. And it kind of gets the defense, I think, to a point where you're asking more than they're capable out of. And it's not that they're not very capable, because we know that they are. We've seen it in spots. But when they're being pressed into extra duty 2 or 3 times per game, you're wearing out the strength. You can't rely on them as much anymore. I know it's kind of easy to sit back and go, hey, turnovers are killing Clemson, but we've seen the spots, all right? We've seen the big receivers. We have seen Phil Maffa this weekend have a decent weekend. Like, we have seen the talent shine. To me, I hate to say it, but you mentioned the same mistakes. Like, turnovers have got to be number one on that list.
Yeah, I mean, and also talking about the defense, I mean, they need to generate a few more turnovers themselves. I mean, they really haven't been able to help their offense in terms of spotting them some better field position or kind of flipping the momentum a little bit. And I mean, again, going back to the point about the defense, I think 44 out of the 46 plays against NC State, I think NC State averaged about 1.8 yards per play. I mean, they're basically playing as well as they can, but keeping them on the field like they have, you're giving the opposing offense more opportunities to make plays, and they make a couple big ones again with that 50-yarder for Concepcion and the 72-yarder. So yeah, you don't want to put too much pressure in your defense. You don't want to, like you said, put them in situations where maybe they're pressing a little or kind of lost their breath a little towards the end of the game. But yeah, Clemson has to stop offensively turning over the ball, putting your defense back on the field and putting them in tough situations. And I would say B, the defense for Clemson needs to find a way to kind of impact the game a little bit more in terms of maybe forcing some turnovers and helping their offense out.
John Blau joining us here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate, talking a little Clemson football. So we talked a little bit about this Notre Dame game earlier in the show, and I'll ask you, John, it kind of blew my mind a little bit when the line dropped. I mean, I know Notre Dame's got a couple of losses, but both of them the top 25 teams. Notre Dame opens as a 3-point favorite over Clemson. Now, this is in Clemson, so if you follow the standard thinking, 3 points for being at the house means that they believe Notre Dame a touchdown better than Clemson, but a 3-point line just seems off to me. Is there something that we are not seeing, that I'm not seeing out of Clemson, that keeps this line this close?
I think it's just, I mean, it was the same thing, the same thought I had going into NC State, that eventually Clemson's going to get this thing turned around. I mean, it's, you just think, and probably Vegas thinks, this is just not Clemson at the end of the day, and the thing has to break back the other way. I mean, we did see the Florida State game that Clemson played, but obviously at home. They played a pretty good team, probably about the level of Notre Dame, maybe even a little bit better. And played them to a double overtime game, a game they could have won. You see the potential in Clemson. You know that they can play a game of that caliber. It's just, yeah, I think, like you said, I think it is surprising just the way they have played back-to-back losses to teams that, are probably the middle of the pack in the ACC, not, top of the line, not Florida State caliber, not Notre Dame caliber. But it's got to be A, that they're at home, and B, you think that eventually things won't keep going against Clemson. They'll play a cleaner game. They'll play a better game. They've lost to Notre Dame last year. They're obviously motivated. But yeah, in terms of what we're missing, in terms of what's happened on the field, in terms of that line, I don't think we're missing anything. It is what it is. It's just Vegas seems to think that things could flip for Clemson, I guess.
So that is kind of the mentality I've had and this is what we were talking about a minute ago. Like, I'm looking at a team that we're seeing the talent level is there. We've seen Cade Klubnik. Yes, he's made a lot of mistakes, but he's also thrown some great balls. We have seen a wide receiver core that was much aligned coming into this year, but they've had some big moments, Maffa and Shipley, and we're going to keep an eye on Shipley to see when and if he's back and ready. We saw Maffa pick up the weight this weekend. I keep looking at this team, John, and seeing all the ingredients are there. Everything looks like it should be a team that's looking at 8-4, not 4-8. And at some point it's got to click. But if it does not, if this team does finish the year as a 4 or 5 win football team, not even at 500, does that kind of force the conversation to turn inwards toward the coaching staff next year?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Dabo Swinney has to make those decisions, and I would never underestimate the loyalty and the sense of belief that Dabo Swinney has. And so you might think something's going to happen and it might not. But at the end of the day, yeah, from the outside looking in, I would think that if you have a season of that caliber, you have to obviously really do some, intense soul searching. And again, I would point to the example of last year with Brandon Streeter, still made improvements as an offense, but didn't feel like it was enough had a young quarterback coming up, and Dabo Swinney pulls the trigger. He gets rid of Brandon Strader. He brings in Garrett Riley. So, I mean, I would think that if they end up doing that intense, soul-searching evaluation, there's going to be things that they look at and say, this position group is not good enough, that position group is not good enough, and you might have to make a move, particularly if you feel like you obviously have to be able to get an upgrade at that position in terms of the coach that you're looking at. So there's got to be available talent with experience that makes, the recruits coming in, the players that are there, it gives them a chance to feel more confident because they have somebody leading them. But yeah, again, that's up to Dabo Swinney. That's, I don't want to guarantee it because I mean, he believes in guys. He believes in his guys. They're here for a reason. Maybe he'll decide not to, but from the outside looking in, I would think you have to make some moves.
We are talking to John Blau. He covers Clemson for the Post and Courier. John, earlier in the show, I played a clip from Dabo after the Meineke Car Care Bowl where Clemson lost to USF up in Charlotte. And it was a markedly different tone, right? Like he was saying in that press conference, not, oh, we need to lighten the load for the bandwagon. It was, fans should be mad. They should be mad at me. They should be mad at the program. We're going to do everything we can to fix it, but I understand them being upset. Then he was asked, will there be coaching changes? And his response was, we are going to do whatever it takes to turn this program around. And then there's this year's Dabo, which has been maybe we should lose and get people off the bandwagon. It's hard to win. Fans can get a little bit spoiled. And when asked multiple times if there would be coaching changes, it has been everything in his power to change the page, to change the question, not to answer it. To me, there feels like over the past 11 years, there has been a obvious change in attitude. Do you think that not just falling, not just struggling, but falling this far this quickly will be the motivating factor to maybe bring back that 2010 attitude of Dabo Swinney?
Yeah, and obviously 2010 is a much different place. I mean, they had rose to this level yet. I think part of that, from Dabo's perspective, is he wishes he would get a little bit more credit for what he's done. He doesn't like the fact that people are just falling off after, a few years ago, I won a couple national titles and we built this thing. He feels like to be way better positioned than it was those many years ago. But at the end of the day, also that example at the end of the season. So if you ask Dabo in the middle of the season, he's not going to say, yeah, we're getting rid of coaches for sure. He's going to, again, continue to have that outward-facing belief in his coaches and his players, all of that. And then at the end of the year, the tone might change. But yeah, I mean, I think, it is a drastic fall off. I think he knows, I think anybody would know in that position that if you're losing games to this level, you need to do things to kind of at least bend the narrative a little bit in terms of we're doing things to fix it. You can't be completely blind to it. I think that, again, if you're talking 6-6, 5-7 or something like that, you probably have to do something. I think he would understand that. But yeah, again, it's going to be a wait and see kind of how he views it, how he approaches it. I do think, again, winning at the level that they did for so many years gives him a confidence in himself and his vision. His vision might be different than the fans' vision. So he might say, you kind of just trust me here and fall off the bandwagon if you want. I know some people don't like to hear that, but this is Dabo Swinney nowadays.
John Blau covers the Clemson Tigers for the Post and Courier. Of course, you can check him out on Twitter at Twitter handle at John_Blau, BLAU. John, my man, great to talk to you on a Monday. I know this week's going to be very intriguing with some tough questions to be answered on campus. So I wish you the best of luck, sir.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Rob.
You got it, man. John Blau from the Post and Courier. Again, John, JON_BLAU on Twitter. And I have no doubt that his Twitter account is going to be a must follow for Tiger fans this week after the responses to what happened at NC State. Lonzo is a must follow for the next 60 seconds of this Rob Brown Show Sports Flash.
All right. Yeah, that counts as one. All right. Bryce Young and the Carolina Panthers finally got a victory yesterday with a 15-13 win over fellow rookie C.J. Stroud and his Texans. Bryce Young threw for 235 yards and a touchdown, going 21 for 31. Titans rookie quarterback Will Levis had himself a debut yesterday, starting in the place of injured Ryan Tannehill. Levis went 19 of 29 for 238 yards and 4 touchdowns, including 3 to DeAndre Hopkins, leading Tennessee to a 28-23 win over Atlanta. The AP Top 25 is out, and it's led once again by Georgia, who received 48 of 63 first-place votes. Michigan holds the second spot, with Ohio State and Florida State finishing out the playoff spots. Tune in tonight at 7:30 for Monday Night Football as the Raiders take on the Lions on your home for the NFL, The Fan, upstate. We did it, Steven. We did it. Not a pro, but every once in a while, I pretend to be one. Oh, yeah, I got other stuff I got to do. Hello.
That's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773.
No WWE people this week, Trey. Sorry. I wish we could have had some. But next chance we get, we will. I think Rob and I both have previewed what we're wearing tomorrow on other shows, Jacob. So I spent way too much money on a cowboy hat for the Star Awards. So I'm never really going to wear it anywhere else. So the few opportunities I have to wear it at work justifies how much I paid for it. So if I wear it tomorrow, we're somewhere around $23 per show. And if I can just, wear it a couple more times, I can justify having bought it. Because I am cheap. I don't like spending money. And my wife looked at me like, you're really going to buy that? You're never going to wear it. So I'm also proving her wrong by wearing it a couple of times.
Oh, I can't record without it. Oh, crap.
And I think you can be a cowboy and not like country music.
All right, Q, if you don't mind.
It is in Q. It was in Q. I took it out. I mean,
Oh, I had it muted. What an idiot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on it. I don't know what you're doing.
I'm just dumb.
I don't hear anything, though. Am I supposed to be hearing something? Run out of time to hear whatever it is. There we go.
You're right. You're right.
Okay.
You good? Can I turn it back up? Or okay.
Let's go with this one.
Clashes with the music. This is a poor choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is the final hour of the Rob Brown Show right here on the Fan Upstate. Rob and Lonzo with you on a beautiful upstate Monday morning, y'all.
Enjoy the warmth.
Yeah.
Go out there today.
2 more days of it.
Yeah. Supposedly rain tomorrow. Then after that, it gets cold.
I am looking at the forecast right now, and today, 83 with a high of 52. Tomorrow, 56 with a high of 32. Wednesday, 53 with a high over the low, of 29. And Thursday, 56 with a low of 32. Good news is, by the weekend, we'll be cooking right back up in the upper 40s.
Football weather, man.
Yeah, boy.
There you go.
Nothing I love more than the sting of a frozen football. But
all you get to do is do play-by-play. I mean, you don't actually have to touch the football.
Thankfully.
So,
I'm too old for that, bro.
And by the way, you can hear Rob do play-by-play for the Burns Rebels this Friday, 7 p.m., Dorman Cavaliers.
Burns wins the region. They go to Gaffney. They get that dub. And that means they will host, should they continue to win, the first 3 playoff games of the year. And by the way, let me be very clear here. Gaffney played a hell of a football game. Hell of a football game. Burns had Lonzo in the first first half of a game, 5 turnovers. They took the ball away 5 times, and yet that game came down to the final 2 minutes.
So they didn't capitalize on the turnovers? Gaffney played some really good defense, possibly?
Gaffney played some good defense. On the opening drive, on the opening play, Gaffney fumbled. Burns picked it up inside the 15. They could not score. They ended up getting picked off at the line. On the third drive, Gaffney fumbled again inside the 15. Burns turned it into a field goal. First 2 turnovers, they ended up with 3 points. And then, if I recall correctly, and it has been a few hours, they did get their first touchdown off of a turnover. There were 20-something seconds left in the first half. James Oates picked it up, took it inside the 5, and then Zylandrum ended up running it in for a touchdown. So 5 turnovers. I think they ended up with 10 points directly off a turnover. And then in the second half, Gaffney got, I think, 3 of them back, scored, made it a 1-score game. And the Burns folks were shaking just a little bit. But Burns finishes it off. They get the dub. They are your region champs. Gaffney gets the 2 seed, and Burns will host, speaking of the regional rival Dorman coming up on Friday night. This one will be at Nixon Field. The next 3 will be at Nixon if Burns continues to win. A couple of guys getting banged up in that one, and we will talk about that as we get closer to the weekend, because ain't no football like playoff football, y'all. Looking forward to it. We talked a little bit of college ball in the last hour. Let's flip it over. Let's talk a little National Football League. How about the Buffalo Bills? Buffalo trying to get right. They get a 24-18 win last Thursday over the Bucs. The Tennessee Titans, ladies and gentlemen, they knock off the Atlanta Falcons, bring them back down to 500 at 4-4. Will Levis, 19 of 29, 238 yards, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. DeAndre Hopkins, 4 snags, 128 yards, 3 touchdowns. Have yourself a day, young man. Will Levis, in his very first start, goes bananas, Bananas. Ridiculous. Now, I don't expect that to hold up. I like Will Levis. I like the quirkiness. I like the competitive mentality and attitude. I don't think he gets enough credit for what he did at Kentucky before he took the banged up knee last season. The kid's a gunslinger. He's going to go out there. The problem is the more tape there is on you in the NFL and the more your tendencies tend to shine through, the more games like this don't happen. Now, I have said, I will say again, because somebody out there just had the brilliant thought run through their brain, well, Rob, if Will Levis can do this in game number 1, why can't Bryce Young in game number 7? And the answer is because DeAndre Hopkins.
That is not real.
That's why. BY had a D-Hop. He could do the same thing. This is why when D-Hop was on the market this offseason, I sat in this chair and said into this microphone in this show, Carolina, get this guy. I know it's going to cost you a lot. I know it's going to have to come off. I know that you are going to have to convince him to come here because he doesn't want to play with a rookie quarterback, but convince him. And ladies and gentlemen, this performance is why. Because I'm going to tell you right now, the way D-Hop was running in this game, I could have thrown for $175.
All right, so I'm a little confused here. So he's been doing this every game so far, right?
This is Will Levis's first game.
No, Hopkins. Hopkins has been
correct.
Been tearing it up. Every single game has had multiple receptions for touchdowns and just an amazing talent to watch with Ryan Tannehill.
This
right?
is his second 120-plus yard game. In the other games, he had 20, 63, and 48. He had 3 touchdowns today. They were his first 3 of the season.
How many receptions did he have the game prior to this?
Last game out was, hang on, where are my notes? He had 6 targets, 4 grabs, 63 yards, no touchdowns last time out.
So what we're learning from this is that Will Levis is a better quarterback than Ryan Tannehill.
Too early to judge.
Okay. Well, at least for one game.
For this game, he certainly was. For this game, he certainly was. I'm not quite ready to say.
So if this guy has this kind of talent in him, why wasn't he playing in the very first game? Or was the coach?
Well,
did the coach go, we're going to let him sit for a while behind a veteran, let him learn the game, and then when he does come in, he's going to come in with a splash.
Let's start with, and I don't know how to put this in a way that makes sense, so I'll do my best. Tape matters.
Oh, you mean since for me or since for
no, just in general.
Okay, all right. So I took offense where I didn't need to.
Correct. Tape matters. What you put on tape matters. How that tape looks matters.
So you're saying that the team was the opponent wasn't prepared for Will Levis, and that's why he was able to show out.
Partially.
And the next game, there's a little tape on him, so it probably won't be the same thing.
I think there's multiple things that come into play. By the way, just to keep a stat here.
Like the first game of the season when there was no tape on Bryce Young, so he should have come in and did the kind of thing that Will Levis
Bryce Young
did.
had DeAndre Hopkins, he would be doing this. Yes, 100%. He just went
he has Adam
for
Thielen,
235.
so I don't know. What
yes, because Adam Thielen and DeAndre Hopkins are comparable. Those are 2 dudes that I batch together and say they're similar.
For sure. Adam Thielen's been up there in as far as reception leaders, touchdowns, all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I would say he's comparable.
And you would be very wrong.
No, I wouldn't be. I would not be.
Very wrong. Dramatically wrong. If you think the talent level of Adam Thielen and DeAndre Hopkins.
I just went by numbers, which is what, you usually do. And I just, okay.
The performance of Adam Thielen is stellar. But the performance of Adam Thielen in Minnesota was stellar because he had guys like DeAndre Hopkins, guys like Jefferson who played the
Thielen
outside.
May have made that list of, Tebow and Urban Meyer. And maybe I'm hearing something that's not
You
there.
think he made the list of guys like Tebow and Urban Meyer?
No. The list of Rob.
No, that's
the
what I'm
people
asking.
that you just
think I have
the people that you just don't like. I don't think you like Thielen. I don't think you give him enough credit.
No, you couldn't be more wrong. I love Adam Thielen. I love him as a dude. I love him as a player. I listened to his interview on Sirius XM this weekend after the win. I loved him more. I love Adam Thielen. Adam Thielen is not a wide receiver one. That's not an opinion. That is a statement of fact. If Adam Thielen had a DeAndre Hopkins, his numbers would be better than they are now. I mean that. If Adam Thielen had an over-the-top wide receiver, his numbers would be better by 30% than what they are right now. DeAndre Hopkins is a WR1. Him over the top of Adam Thielen, they are both putting up bars right now. That's what a true number one wide receiver is not just a benefit for Bryce Young. It would be a huge benefit for Bryce Young. A true number one would be a benefit for Adam Thielen. It would be a benefit for Sanders and Hubbard. It would be a benefit for Thomas Brown, who, by the way, I think did a respectable job calling plays. I think he did a respectable job for his first NFL game calling plays. It was not painstakingly predictable.
I was going to say, so you could tell.
I
mean, I think you're also looking for things to go. Yeah, Reich wouldn't have called that. So, but I mean, I don't know. I have to see like 3 or 4 games before I can tell a difference.
I think I was able to tell a difference. It was not anything that was dramatic, but I didn't expect you would. In fact, I told you not to expect a dramatic shift because at the end of the day, they're both working off the same playbook, right? It's kind of like, yes, metaphor. It's kind of like an Iron Chef challenge. You have this to work with. How you work with it is up to you. You have these tools, you have these ingredients, make something. And if you've ever watched that show, as I used to and loved it, like the OG version, by the way, if you ever watched that show, you could be blown away by how the same ingredients with the same tools could be turned into dramatically different dishes, and one could be just vastly superior to the other. And you go, wait a minute, you had the same resources. You had the same cooking appliances. You had the same kitchen setup. You had the same ingredients, correct. But how you mix them is what can and cannot lead to success. And I thought that I saw a difference in Thomas Brown. I thought that the run game was not as predictable as of a run game as it was under Thomas Brown. I thought the pass game utilized a lot more combo packages than we saw out of Frank Wright. I think with Frank Wright, we got a lot of maybe a cross here and there, maybe like a double route here and there. But I thought Carolina ran some flood concepts that I thought were great. Flood concept being when you send 3 or more wide receivers all in one angle into one area. You try to overwhelm that side of the defense by sacrificing the other side and not having it out if they cover it up well. I thought the offense was varied up. I thought the offense was changed up. It wasn't dramatic because, again, the ingredients in the kitchen and the cooking appliances were the same. But I thought Thomas Brown went in there and did enough differently that it did not ever feel predictable. It did not ever feel like you had your back against the wall and were just running headfirst into it over and over. I felt that there was enough of a discrepancy between last week's offense, well, the week before the bye's offense and this week, that to me, I felt the difference. As a bona fide knower of the ball, I felt the difference. Now, I will say again, I've said it a few times and I stand on it. That play calling from Sunday, with that effort from Adam Thielen, with a true number one wide receiver up top, you're winning 4, 5, 6 more games this year. I mean it. The trade deadline is tomorrow. The trade deadline's tomorrow. I think 4 p.m. is when you got to have them locked in. I don't know that there are going to be any wide receivers available. I don't know that there are going to be any, let me rephrase that. I don't know if there are going to be number one wide receivers available. The only one that I think could end up getting sent out is Davante Adams, and realistically, you're not going to have the resources to put into a rental for Davante Adams for a season that is not a playoff season, which it's not. But if there is a number one available receiver out there, if you make every call, right? I'm going to need Fitty on the phone to every NFL team. Hey, are you looking to move your number one or a guy that can be a number one? If you can go find that and stick him into the offense that I saw out of the Cats yesterday, you're going to be in real good shape. Real good shape. BY is still delivering to an offense that has the least separation of any wide receiver core in America. And that is because they do not have a number one to manipulate the defense with. The manipulation of defensive positioning is as important as blocking. I mean that. The ability to shift the defense. Tyreek Hill is the perfect example. Tyreek Hill runs a 9 route on every ball. Why? Because even if you send 2 with him, there's a decent chance he's just going to outrun whatever 2 you send with him. And if he doesn't outrun them, he is pulling them vertically. He is making it to where the gaps in the coverage. Yeah, I don't know why I did it like that, but whatever. He is a magnet for the defense. You have to shift guys to where Tyreek Hill is. And when you do that, you stretch the zone in other places. Now, all of a sudden, the cornerback on the backside, now all of a sudden he's got to add another 6-7 yards into his zone coverage area, a spot where Adam Thielen can sit down in. Now all of a sudden when Tyreek runs a seam down the hash marks, that safety gets pulled over, a spot where Adam Thielen runs a little flag route into the corner where he vacates. That is, to me, that is the number one thing that this team is missing. And if they can find that during the deadline, go all in. Go all in. Texas said Fitty might not have a job today if Texans had won. Well, first off, your boy told you Friday they would win. Felt good. Felt real good.
You make it sound like it was a blowout and there was no chance of the Panthers losing. And
I'm sorry. Somebody told me all that matters is dubs.
Yeah, you're right. But I mean, you're talking to the texter. I just want you to be real about it.
I didn't say they were going to blow them out. I said they were going to win.
So never doubt in your mind the entire game.
Very many doubts.
Okay. All right.
Very many doubts.
Okay. All right.
Listen, I had doubts down when Eddie Pinheiro lined up and he hit the field goal to win. And then the refs pulled the flag because they had a defender unabated to the kicker. And they're like, we have to re-kick this.
No!
Full out panic. I'm like, oh, God, he's going to push it. They're going to lose. They're going to lose. Full out panic. They're going to lose. And then he stepped up and knocked it through, and it was great. It was great. It was great. It was great. No doubts once that game hit 000 on the clock. That I felt real good.
It's pretty sad when, I want the Panthers to win, but yesterday all I could think of is this, if they do win. And,
I'm just doing my job, sir.
I got 40 more minutes.
Just doing my job.
Then we're on to the next week.
Just doing my job. I mean, it's almost like I know ball. Let's take a break. We got some more games we got to get into. That's enough Carolina. All right. The Falcons lost. Do we all want to okay. The Saints win. The Buccaneers lose. Now, all of a sudden, the NFC South is a jumbled mess.
You mean it wasn't projected to be that?
Yeah. Cowboys destroyed the Rams. Vikings over the Packers. Oh, Kirk. No! No, Kirk, why?
You don't even care, man. You don't like him.
The Vikings were just starting to go. They started 1-3. They're now 4-4. They were picking up steam.
But, he'll have more time to work on his clothing line, which is more clothes for you.
I'm in. I'm a short sleeve flannel guy. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Absolutely team short sleeve flannel shirt.
By the way, Jacob, I am a CJ Stroud fan. And you know what? Rob's not saying he's not a CJ
Stroud fan?
Yeah.
I like CJ Stroud.
Yeah, and I am an Ohio State fan. I'm also a Panther fan. I am. My favorite NFC team is the Panthers. My favorite AFC team is the Chiefs. So I wanted them to win. But at the same time, there's a price of victory having to deal with that. but I brought that on myself. So, you know, and I've had to deal with worse. So there's that also.
I mean, you know, the other option is just listen to me because I know ball.
Well, there's that.
Boom!
Don't get the music. I don't get music. Leaning on that Casio. Leaning on the Casio.
All right. Well, I'm putting an end to all this go to the highest bidder nonsense. I think it's really
Play the next chord. Play the next chord. I'm good. People want to tell you how to be a fan. Don't let them do that. I'm a fan of two college teams, of the Gamecocks and of Ohio State. I did a Gamecock show for 14 years. I don't think you can do a show about a team and not be a fan of that team. I'm also anti-Clemson, which will push you towards being a Gamecock fan. So, and it is the law that you got to pick a team when you move here. And I've been here for 26 years. So nearly half my life. I know, right, James? I mean, if Taylor would have been there, it'd have been a totally different story. And all the people were saying that, you know, the Taylor and Kelsey thing is fake. Really? If it's so fake, why does he play better when she's there? I mean, do you show off for your fake girlfriend? No.
Andy said Taylor's welcome at Chiefs games anytime she wants to come. Duh.
She just needs to cancel the tour till the end of the season. That's what she needs to do. All right.
Travis needs you.
Yeah, I mean, come on. You're letting your Swifties, the new football fans, down. They want their team to win, and you've got to be there to make sure it happens.
Damaged tissue in your hips, shoulders, back, and knees, providing long-lasting relief. Now I'm back at the gym. I'm 100% feeling great. If you're tired of suffering with pain from arthritis or injury, call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 864-448-3772. That's 864-448-3772.
Rob Brown Show, what do you want to talk about?
864-448-3772.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared.
All right,
and
hang on,
they're
Kim.
frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that.
Kev.
Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if
Going
you
ham
have
at
money
6 a.m., Kev?
Yes.
Okay.
50,000 or 500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
It is the NFL, and even a bad team can beat a good team on any given Sunday. I know it's cliche, but it's true.
It's the NFL, baby. That's why there's no undefeated teams anymore.
I mean, look at the 49ers. We all thought, even some of you may say you didn't think, we all thought San Francisco is a team to beat this year.
I tell you, I'm kind of losing faith in Brock Purdy.
Well, the question is, who is the team? I mean, who's the team in the NFL? And do you guys who wanted parity, do you really like it?
Philly's the best.
Are they?
I think you got to say Philly. Can't say
So
Kansas City
you're
right
saying Philly won convincingly against, what was it, Washington yesterday?
now. I mean,
Because that was, I think Washington had the lead for a
yeah,
while.
but if we're going on the bad teams can beat good teams, the fact that they won that game, they
That's
did
true.
very
I
easily
mean,
lost.
you could go with Philly.
I don't know who else to go with. I mean, it can't. Well, I'm gonna say.
Is it Dallas?
I'm gonna say San Francisco when they're healthy. That's a different game with Debo playing.
Yeah.
I think you could still say San Francisco, but while they're healthy, because they haven't been healthy in a few weeks.
Adrenaline-packed high school football experience. Tune into the Fan Upstate every Saturday morning from 8 to 10 for the Saturday morning.
Is it wrong that I really have the hard time remembering how to spell Michigan? Or is it like this? Is it an internal block? I don't know. Is that supposed to be an E or an I? I kind of want to spell it wrong on purpose, but.
844-326-3663 is the number. Looking for your reactions to the college football weekend. You can also text us on the madworldattractions.com text line at 71307, 71307. Start that text with FAN, F-A-N. I'll get to your text here in just a minute, but my guy Kevin is on the phone line to talk with us. Kev, what's up, big dog?
What's up, man? What's going on?
How you doing, fella? Hey, congrats to the Chapman Panthers.
Hey, man, what a ball game that was. What a ball game that was. Let me tell you something. It could have got bad. Like we was up 28-7. Getting ready. No, we was up. Yeah, 28. Getting ready to be 28-7. They ran the kickoff back. And right before halftime, then right after halftime, we kind of came out a little slow. They got momentum, and they made it a ball game, man. The rest of the game, it was just going back and forth and see who was going to get that stop late in the fourth quarter, man. And we got that thing, man, ready to go now. But it kind of, I like it. I love it. But the way the playoffs are set up, coming in second place wouldn't have been a bad position because you're at the bottom. And I think that's it's easier to get to the chip because you don't have to see Daniel until late. We may have to see them third round, but I think we got them this year. I believe we're gonna go ahead and knock them off.
I like it. That team and that quarterback over there at Chapman, man, he's got something working right now.
You want to talk about somebody that's come from like beginning of the season kind of to itself, and I don't think everybody got along, but once you do that little sit down and everybody hold each other accountable for what we got to do and how we got to do it, and don't nobody get mad from it, and everybody come together and we really just lock in. Now we've seen the senior that you're looking for to step up and take that next step, man. He's really on it.
Love to see it,
but
Kevin.
Man, them Tar Heels. I don't know. Like,
look.
Do this. We either start out 1-4 and then finish the season 7-4, 8-4, or we start out 6-1, 7-1, and lose the rest of them.
Let me start with this, Kev. Let me start with this. Brent Key and Georgia Tech deserve a lot of credit, right? Because they had a number of chances where they could have absolutely let Drake May do something special and kind of have one of his moments, and they didn't. And Brent Key, I mean, listen, he went down to Miami, got the win. He's got some dumb losses. The Bowling Green loss is inexcusable for Georgia Tech, but they beat Miami. They beat North Carolina. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to be shocked if they knock off Clemson next weekend too. Brent Key's got Georgia Tech believing in themselves, playing themselves, and now he's got players starting to show up. He's got recruits starting to show up that are.
I didn't know he had all them people out the portal like he had.
Yeah, I mean he is bringing in some dudes right now. So I got to give a little credit to Brent Key and Georgia Tech. But that being said, first off, hope Tez Walker's all right. Hated to see after all that kid has been through him to get his guts rearranged and knocked around like he did. I hope he is okay, man, because that kid deserves to have a good finish to the season. Drake May and the Heels had a number of opportunities deep down the stretch, specifically offensively, to cook, and they just didn't do it. And I got to tell you, I'm at the point now where, like, it's a weird balancing act because on one hand, Mac Brown keeps setting this team up to look like it's time to turn the corner, and then they keep having these Mac Brown moments where they don't do it. And I'm like, all right, on one hand, Is North Carolina where they are because of Mac Brown, which means if you move on, you take the risk that the offseason hype doesn't build up recruiting classes like he's been able to do. But on the flip side, you bring in somebody who's not going to melt down in games like this weekend.
Melt down. Like when he was there in the 90s, man, I was recruited by him. I watched him. We go 11-1 or whatever and lose to Florida State every year. Or we would go something in 2 and just have a meltdown against a Virginia who having a bad year like this just during that time. So we always found a way, but we have had our best years with him. When he left, we didn't hit a lick of the stick. He come back, we get all the recruits, we getting players. So it's a him thing. And because anybody else cannot get them boys off the ground. But Chiswick, you would think with Chiswick sitting up there, we would have a nice defense, but it's like we run out of gas. Every time it's a big game, we run out of gas. We had 9 sacks against the Gamecocks, and I don't think we've had a 9 sacks since.
Yeah, no, it's been a week by week degradation of the program. We're looking at Michigan, we're looking at Oregon, we're looking at Bama, we're looking at teams that are getting better week by week, and South Carolina appears to be doing the opposite, and that's not great, man.
That's not good, man, because I just knew we was going to play Florida State or whoever at the end of the season. Now we got to hope and pray that somebody else fall off along the way.
Yeah, I mean, you're big. I think you're big on Louisville taking a couple of L's at this point. And honestly, that game against Duke, all of a sudden, I know Duke's kind of done the same thing, but it's Duke. You almost kind of expected it. But again, they lost to Louisville. That's a good Louisville team. So you need Louisville to drop a couple. And you're going to probably need some help from and then to beat Duke to round it out. And oh, by the way, that NC State defense under Dave Doran, they got a little hype going at the end of the year as well. So there ain't no guarantee there either.
Man. And I've always liked NC State on the low, man. I'm screaming Tar Heels to the end, but NC State they in my little box, man. As long as they ain't playing my Tar Heels, I kind of cheer for them because I was went down there on a visit when Chuck Amato was there. So, and I just like the system that they got. I mean, just the area that they got going on down there. So, man, this is going to be a good last few games to figure it out. Playoffs starting good, man. The Rebels going in like with a chip on their shoulder, man. I'm telling you, this is going to be some good football next week.
It's playoff football. Kev, good to talk to you, big dog. Appreciate it. We'll see you down the road, my man. That's Kevin checking in. You're welcome to do it as well at 844-326-3663 or shoot us a text on the MadWorldAttractions.com text line at 71307, 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N. Texture says, Chiswick needs to go or Mac needs to go. It's that simple. Do not, Tar Heels, do not fire Mac Brown and hire Gene Chiswick to that role. I'm telling you now, don't you do it. I'm begging you. Texture says, need to go after Liberty coach and keep Mac around for recruiting. I don't hate that idea, bringing Jamie Chadwell over. I don't hate that plan at all, especially if Mac will stay around. I'm going to tell you right now, you want to know why Mac Brown is where Mac Brown is? Lonzo, I have never seen anybody with the recruiting swag that Mac Brown has. Mac Brown's the dude that shows up in your door in a full Carolina blue track set with the matching Air Force Ones. And now he can look at you and go, look at me. I'm swagged. I can get you swagged too. I've interviewed Mac Brown 3 times in my career. I did it the last 2 ACC media days, and then I did it once back when he was the coach at Texas when I was working down in Florida. And I will tell you that of all the coaches I've interviewed, Mac Brown might be Mac Brown, Dino Babers, and top of my head, Bobby Bowden are probably the 3 most disarming coaches I've ever interviewed, right? Like they're guys you can go into an interview with every intention of asking a handful of very difficult questions. By the time you get to the interview, you realize I didn't ask any of them, and now I'm friends with this guy. Like Mac Brown just has that personality about him. And I think it's why North Carolina where it is. I just don't know that he can. I just don't know that he can finish. And I wonder if North Carolina is not kind of getting to that point where you go, I'm kind of tired of getting real close. I'm kind of tired of getting real. I'm going to tell you right now, if you waste Drake May, a top 5 NFL draft pick, if you waste Drake May, how do you come back from that? How do you come back from that? I don't know if you can. So I think it's kind of prove it time. I think it's kind of prove it time for Mack Brown at North Carolina. I got to think you're kind of getting to the end of the grace period. I think you're kind of getting to the end of, we'll accept constantly being 9-3. We accept that. North Carolina is, as of right now, sitting at, what are they at? North Carolina 6-2 overall. 6-2 overall in the conference. They are 5th right now with a 3-2 record, tied with Georgia Tech. Is that where any of us projected them to be? No. Kevin and I both thought. I suspect most of us thought. You were going to have a 3-horse race between FSU, Clemson, and North Carolina. Clemson didn't close the door. They slammed their own toe in it. North Carolina had it right there for the taking. Instead, it is, as of now, though there are games left to be played, shaking up to be FSU v. Louisville in the ACC title game, a matchup that does not take place in the regular season. Speaking of, FSU had, of the teams expected to compete in the ACC, FSU had only Clemson on the schedule. They had Duke. They whooped them. I don't think anybody thought Duke, even with Riley Leonard, was going to be ACC title material. So they had Clemson. That's it. Everybody else had to play everybody else. But that's also the reason why I think of the undefeated teams and the few one-loss teams that are ranked up top right now, FSU is the only team that does not have a margin of error built in. They cannot drop one. They cannot drop a regular season game. I don't think they can drop an ACC title game. I think if you have a one-loss regular season team with a conference championship win under their belt, if Ohio State loses to Michigan but then wins the Big Ten somehow, I think they'd go in over a one-loss Florida State team, even if it is the ACC title game that Florida State loses. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back.
Wait, let's give some tickets away.
Oh, we should give some tickets away to the Ingles Asheville Basketball Classic taking place on November 10th and 12th. We should do that. We should give away, 2 tickets to both days. There's 2 games on the 10th. There's 2 games on the 12th. And your 2 tickets on both days will get you into both games on both days. And if you would like to win those 2 tickets to the Ingles Asheville Basketball Classic, you need to be caller number 5. Caller number 5 right now at 844-326-3663. 844-326-3663. Caller number 5 right now is grabbing a pair of tickets to both days of the Ingles Asheville Basketball Classic at the Harris Cherokee Convention Center just outside of Asheville. Caller 5 right now. We're back after this for the final segment of the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, we're going to let Lonzo take the caller info, and then we'll be right back. I got it. Don't like that.
That means we're tied
Yep.
because I got one earlier.
1-1 on a Monday.
Oh, tomorrow I'm going to make up some ground.
You probably will. Tomorrow, I'm going to go ahead and tell you that tomorrow I will be struggling because I am going to wrestling tonight because I do not care about my own health or well-being.
Maybe I should dress up as something scary tomorrow. So every time you start to nod off, you'll look over and go, oh.
Dude, if I can find, I came up Saturday with the absolute perfect costume for the show tomorrow. And then I went to try to get it on Amazon and it wasn't going to get here until tomorrow. But since we work at 6:00 in the morning, that's not going to work.
By the way, I'm going as one of Rob's favorite wrestlers.
Brother.
No, that's not. I mean, you'll see tomorrow.
I can't wait.
You already know what I'm wearing, so you should be able to figure out what favorite wrestler I'm going as.
Jericho. You got the Jericho hair.
No. I'm going to be the millennial cowboy tomorrow.
Are you really?
I'm going as Hangman Adam Page. Why not? I'm wearing cowboy stuff. I mean,
Cowboy.
I'm just going to look smug and puzzled all at the same time for the entire show.
You'll be an excellent millennial.
Actually, it's kind of what I do every day.
You're going to fit right in. All right, let's get a couple of thoughts in here. Before we call it a day, at RC Sports Card on Twitter sent us a great tweet during the break. It said, me training to watch my Tigers play fumble ball with a gif of a monk just taking multiple shots to the junk over and over.
Yeah, I've seen that many
Fantastic
times.
tweet.
I've seen that use of that clip many times, but I think this is probably the most apt use of it for sure.
Yeah, it's way up on the list. Way up on the list. All right. Couple of thoughts before we get up out of chunk for a Monday. I have said, I will say again, I will continue to say that we have, I believe, reached a spot where there's a choice to be made. In life, ladies and gentlemen, every situation has one of two realities. Either things change or things stay the same. One of those two must happen about everything that does happen. Either something changes or something stays the same. I suspect at this point that the majority of you that enjoy sporting orange on your weekends would probably prefer that something change. Would probably prefer that things do not stay the same, as the path that you are on now leads to a spot where South Carolina Clemson may not be for bowl eligibility for both teams. It may be for bowl eligibility just for the Gamecocks. It may lead to bowl eligibility for neither team at this point. There is, whether you like it or not, and it is fair for you not to, in fact, you should not to, there is a reasonable possibility that Clemson finishes this year 4-8. You have Notre Dame. That is a loss. My clock in and lock in Monday favorite bet is Notre Dame -3. Ordinarily, that kind of line feels like a trap to me. It's a trap. Ordinarily, that game scares me. I go, wait a minute. Nope. Vegas knows something here. Vegas has got something that we don't have yet. Vegas has got some information that we are unaware of at this point. I got to be honest with you. I don't know what it is, and I don't particularly care. I do not see a path for Clemson to beat Notre Dame. Then you got Georgia Tech. If I would have told you, 6 months ago, that Georgia Tech would enter a game against Clemson potentially as a favorite, you would have said, hey, Rob, you.
I would have said, oh, please. Oh, please.
Then you got North Carolina. Anybody want to go ahead and lay a check on UNC falling to Clemson right now? And then you got South Carolina, the end of the year. Now, the Gamecocks have 2 wins. They also don't look great. But I would also point out, as I have and as I will again, and we'll get more in-depth in their game tomorrow because the Panico-meter is about a 14 down in Clemson right now. South Carolina's injury report could beat a lot of FCS teams.
All right, I just got to say, and I know you said we're going to get into it tomorrow. As I was watching that game, I started thinking, okay, I got to change my stance because my stance was injuries are a part of the game. It still is, but man, every other play, someone's down. It's like, and then I remember we had a texter or someone on the stream say it has something to do with strength and conditioning. Maybe they should fire the strength and conditioning coach. I don't know, but man, that ambulance was getting some work. Yeah.
They're in trouble, dude. The injury, they are now at, I believe, 13 offensive linemen who have missed at least portions of games due to injury. 13. Some teams don't have 13 linemen.
They should go to either the intramural football teams.
They may have to.
Or go down to 5 points and see if there are any bouncers who's got some eligibility. I mean, yeah.
I think
just don't do any background checks.
I think I got 1 year left, coach. You can throw me in as a pulling left guard. I probably still got a little speed off the edge. All right. But if with a capital I and a capital F,
I got a few years left, but yeah, we'll have to do something about my grades. I mean, you know.
If South Carolina is healthy, Xavier Legette is back. Maybe they get Juice Wells back by that game. That game's a toss-up game to me right now, honestly, if South Carolina's healthy.
How does Spencer Rattler not go off to the sidelines and throw his helmet? I just don't. I mean,
because I don't think he's that kind of guy.
I mean,
I agree with you.
I'd go through, if I was him, I'd go through 4 helmets a game, probably.
I don't disagree. I get it. But he's just not that type of guy. Like when Nick Harbor dropped that pass on the opening drive, that was a guaranteed first down. The first guy over to him to grab him by the face mask and go, bro, I'm coming back to you, was Spencer Rattler.
Harbor made up for it.
He did.
And Harbor, I can see the potential, but he's still kind of stiff. I mean, you don't think so?
No, I agree with you. Now you got to keep in mind, this guy played defensive end and
right.
was a track star. Right?
Yeah, that's what they were saying. It's
he's a convert player. Here is where it gets interesting. And we'll talk more about this tomorrow. I'm glad you brought this up. Where is Dabo and Clemson's problem right now? In my opinion, player development. They are not getting the best out. The statistical odds that they have missed on back-to-back 5-star quarterbacks is astronomically low, right? It is bewildering that they would have missed on back-to-back 5-star quarterbacks. That doesn't happen. There's only a few of them on any given year. It makes no sense that they would miss on back-to-back. So realistically, what is more likely the problem is that they are not developing players to be better. They are not getting betterment out of the Cade Klubniks and the DJ Uyunglele's of the world. And that has led to the downfall. Because the talent's there. I gave you the star composite last week. Clemson has more 5 stars than all but 4 teams in America. They have more 4 stars than all but 4 teams in America. Of those teams, 3 of them are in the playoff hunt, and the other one is Notre Dame, who has 2 losses to 2 top 25 teams. It is not a talent issue. It is a development issue. It is a coaching issue. This is why my eyes are locked on Dabo. Listen, when players suck, I will blame it on them, but I'm not blaming this on them. It's on player development, and Dabo's got to get better, and that's just the end of that discussion. We'll see how much more we talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah, we both forgot. We got time for one, and it's Matthew Perry.
I hate this. Matthew Perry, a.k.a. Chandler Bing, 54 years old, passes away this weekend. Could I be any sadder? Listen, you don't have to like Friends, But if you're my age or slightly older, you grew up with Friends. You just watched
I
Friends.
was going to say he was kind of my age.
Right.
So for me,
Did you watch Friends?
Yeah.
I love
did.
Friends.
I the first couple seasons I watched and it kind of fell off,
Sure.
but I was a fan for the first couple
If you
seasons.
grow up a milquetoast basic white guy like me, you loved Friends because pivot. It was just a little bit of everything from your life. And I'm going to tell you right now, Chandler Bing was the best character on that show. I love some Joey Tribbiani, but Chandler was the most relatable, best character on that show. R.I.P. Matthew Perry.
Phoebe all the way, by the way.
Listen, if you got the chance between Rachel, Monica, and Phoebe, you go with Rachel every time. See you tomorrow on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate later. Yeah. Thanks, Gunther.
I don't know, man. Rachel is very pretty, but I think attitude comes into play, and I think Phoebe would be a more fun. And she could play the guitar.
How do I talk
That's,
about Phoebe
I'm
in
down
a way
for the
that's
musicians.
radio-friendly? Phoebe seems like she would be a blast to hang out with in every sense of that word.
She's also sarcastic and judgmental and quite a few things. So yeah.
Phoebe seems like she would be fun to hang out with for a few weeks.
Monica is controlling, and if you want to be controlled, then you can go with Monica.
Monica and I would not make it with Monica. I would not make it with
And
Monica.
Rachel is high maintenance, I think. So
I
I
can
don't
make
know.
it with Rachel. I can make it with high maintenance. High maintenance I would be okay with. Phoebe would be if you had to go with the old bleep, marry, kill game. That answer writes itself. All right, before I get myself canceled, this is where we're going to call it a day. If you're going to Raw tonight, come find me. I'll be in Section 112. I'll also be in the VIP parking lot tailgating well before the show. So come by and say hi. Otherwise, see you back here tomorrow. I'll be awake-ish.